over Team Studio just subscribed voor 6 months.
Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay, microphone is working. Go. Okay, good. I'm testing out some new lighting, so I can't really see as much. My desk is full. But hello, folks. Theo asked at 2 a.m. yesterday, how early can one be before it ceases to count as first? I think that more than 2 hours feels right out. Feels right out. That does not feel correct to me at all as a form of being early. But yes, folks. How are you all doing? I am pretty tired, which is, I am pretty tired, but not in a bad way, not necessarily in a bad way, right? I am... I also kind of slacked off my vocal warmings, so apologies on that front, folks. I didn't get much sleep over the weekend, and I had to be up early today, so I didn't get as much sleep as I wanted today. And I've had quite a lot of other job work to do, and we'll talk about it more tomorrow, but I kind of will talk about it a little bit today. I was in a tournament this weekend. And I won. I think it's actually the first time I have won a tournament in my life. Certainly the first video game tournament I've won. Because I don't think I've been in very many. I don't think I've been in very many. Okay. I don't think, I don't, I don't think I've been in very many video game tournaments, which shouldn't be too surprising. I'm not a very hardcore gamer. And I have a competitive heart, but not a competitive mind, if that makes sense. I like to win. But only once I'm already put into the circumstances where winning is on the line. If winning isn't already on the line, I am very much in the mindset of, I am more worried about embarrassing myself when losing, or about doing a bad job that, hurts other people's feelings, than I am about, I'm very defensively minded in general. So my perspective is often, I am more worried about the pain of losing and embarrassing myself than I am about the glory of victory. And so that, one of the effects of that, right, is that the things that I have put the most effort into getting good at are things like nonfiction writing and calligraphy, which are completely insane things to be competitive about. And I think if somebody were to hold like a tournament of those things, I would think it was funny at first, and if it was taken any bit more seriously than like a one-off thing, I would just make jerk-off motions. So that is where I like to be. That's where I like to be. And so I will play competitively once I'm actually in a competition, but if I'm not already in a competition, I won't seek it out. So I had to be kind of strong-armed into the tournament I was in. Ogre Daddy was very persistent about getting me in. I would not have been as persistent about getting another person to do a collab with me. I absolutely if somebody had responded to me the way I responded to Ogre Daddy, I would assume that they were just fully disinterested in doing things with me. People have said much less to me, and I have just never asked them a second time. But Ogre Daddy was very persistent, yeah, Ogre Daddy was very, very persistent, and it turned out that I had a fantastic time. It turned out that I had a fantastic time. And I did fantastically, and I feel great about it, and I'm looking forward to the next tournament. You miss your wife tales? What's the origin of that? I've heard the quote, but like where did that come from? Because for one thing, I just it just didn't occur to me that I know it's a fandom of Sonic Adventurers. Mikks, it is so not a thing that it doesn't even render properly on Chatterino. I know this from a fandom, but it just never occurred to me that Eggman would be straight. Like I have always assumed that Eggman was fully 100% exclusively homosexual. That's that's the only way it's ever occurred to me to think of the man. Did not even occur to me for like 1 second that he might have married a woman. Like didn't even think about it. I feel like the only straight person in Sonic is Amy. But I don't know. I'm not much of a Sonic lover. I don't follow Sonic particularly strongly, but that has been my initial emotional response. Has been my initial emotional response to a lot of these. Pretty sure he was canonically married. And just because he was canonically married doesn't mean he should have been canonically married. The robot who pounds in the no fun allowed sign is definitely straight. I don't know about this, Mikks. I don't know about this, Mikks. I think I have absolutely met some gay guys who are some of the least fun allowed people on the planet. Wait a second, you were saying this, Mikks. Mikks, you're like the one person I know who's going to pound in the no fun allowed sign. Yeah, you are extremely gay, and you are also the no fun allowed sign guy. All right. Oh my goodness. I thought that Rouge was bisexual, but I don't know. I don't know. It might be that Rouge reminds me, like, because I'm like such a not Sonic person. My understanding of Rouge is that it's the Sonic character that is the most similar to Bodega Rat. You think Dr. Robotnik is a... Wait, hold on. I thought that was Robotnik who said that, who's not a Roman. Not a robot. What? Not a Roman. Not a robot. I thought Dr. Robotnik was not a robot. I thought he was just a guy. But yeah, I is indeed just a guy. Okay. Okay, it's pride. It's pride. It's pride. Well, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to be the worst person at pride. And I'm going to think about... I don't know Sonic lore. I'm going this entirely off of vibes. Off of vibes and like 5 total memes. Sonic gay. Robotnik gay. Knuckles. Bisexual leaning women. Like bisexual but heteroromantic kind of guy, right? Like the straight guy marries a woman but like still will like hook up with dudes if like the opportunity presents itself. Yeah, I just don't see it like a full bisexuality, right? Itsy bitsy bones. I see it as like a opportunistic bisexuality. Yeah. Shadow theoretically straight, but actually never gets laid. Rouge bisexual, Amy straight. Tails is a child. There's where I go. That's what I'm going with. That's my knowledge of Sonic characters. Those are the Sonic characters I can name. The trouble with Shadow is that like he always is like the guy who I associate with like the Sigma male concept, and the Sigma male concept is like the most pathetic type of person on the planet. Yeah, calls him definitely gay. Definitely. Yeah, that makes sense, Bones. I think Bones might have cracked it. I was feeling like asexual for Shadow, but like asexual / gay. He's everyone's ultimate fail dad. No straight man has hover shoes either. Hefty latent energy. Yeah. Yeah. It's so true. So true. But yeah, those are the Sonic characters I can name. I think Knuckles is the only one where I've got an actual insight. I think on Knuckles I'm cooking there. I don't know about the rest of them, but I do enjoy that nobody has fought me about Amy. I think we all know that Amy is incredibly straight. But all right, let's get in hellos. Hello, Seriabots. Hello, me. Hello, Wea Biscuits. Hello, No Overtime Studio. Hello, Flea Flicker. Hello, Gringotts Underrater. Hello, Tech Priesta. Hello, Mikks UAV. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Hello, Memoria 90. Hello, Prigar. Hello, Dioturn. Hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watcher. All of you are incredibly important to me, and it's a virtue that I get to be here with you and for you for all of this time. It has been 3 years, and hopefully it'll be many, many more years. I mean, Bones, I was thinking about this a little bit because Nutrient Phil was talking about this on Twitter about what makes a good teacher. And it's one of those things that's kind of shocking and weird to me that in some ways this feels like a more impressive version of being a teacher. It's I have so much more autonomy over what I teach, which is, I will be clear here, not necessarily structurally a good thing, but I certainly appreciate it. It's certainly good for me personally, to have this kind of autonomy. And I think I might actually reach more people than I did as a teacher. And it's more impressive to me, right? If I was teaching a classroom of 30 people in a given semester, very few of those people were there because the subject matter was authentically interesting to them. They are frequently here because they're frequently in, I should say, when I was a teacher, they were rarely here because, they were rarely in my classroom because of the teaching. I'm sorry, because like the subject was interesting. They were there because I was teaching a class that they needed in order to graduate. Right? That was, that, you know, I didn't feel like my students were particularly bitter about being there. Some of them wanted to be elsewhere, and at least one of them fucking hated me. But they were there because of external rewards. Whereas people are here because this is what they want to do with their free time. And so that's a lot more flattering to my ego, to put it mildly. Hello, not a professor. Hello, Nap. Hello, not a professor. Oh, come on. What? No, I did it wrong. I got lazy. There we go. I've spoken. Now I can do it. Yeah, your most recent stream was the museums ranking, right? Was you did the museums, you did the museum ratings. You did the museum ratings. I don't remember all of them, but I do remember that you put Gutenberg in like D tier, and I was like, yes, that is correct. The Gutenberg sucks. Did I say hello to you, Beautiful Angel? Hello, Beautiful Angel. I didn't. Also, hello, Almantas OS. Hello to my bot. But yeah, that's what, that one I remember, and I was like, this is so correct. This is so true. The Gutenberg is a gimmick. It is a gimmick, and it's actively like unpleasant. Guggenheim, thank you. I keep on saying Gutenberg. I mean the Guggenheim. Blech. See, I'm not. I need the correction. Yeah, the Guggenheim. Yeah, the Guggenheim is a stupid gimmick that is actively unpleasant to visit. It's an easy skip if you ask me. Guggenheim sounds like I'm clear and phlegm. That's a long phlegm clear. That's a long and surprisingly vocal phlegm clear. I'm not getting that much vocal out. It's forgettable and bad to remember the name. I remember being upsold on it a lot before I first went. And it was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, right? I'm not misremembering this. Yeah. Okay, so actual hot take here. Actual kind of hot take here. Hello, Theo. And to answer your question, Theo, 20 hours is way too early. Yeah, my mom is too, and I am so far not impressed with Frank Lloyd Wright. I'm not enough of an architecture nerd for this, but my feeling about Frank Lloyd Wright buildings is that they're impressive because Frank Lloyd Wright designed them, not because Frank Lloyd Wright designed impressive buildings. Like... So that's kind of a negative thing to say right there, but yeah, if people aren't familiar with the Guggenheim, the Guggenheim is an art museum in New York City that the gimmick is that you take an elevator to the top floor and then it's a spiral ramp. The museum is basically one big spiral ramp, and then you walk down it and you walk through the exhibits in like a singular line. One, I consider this actively unpleasant because you spend a ridiculous percentage of your time in the museum on non-level ground, which is pretty annoying. You are not on non-level ground because it's like a good, convenient way to get around. you are on non-level ground because that's what the museum is made of. And so like that annoys me. That's like the biggest reason. The less interesting reason that it is that I don't like it, that's arguably more important. Is that it's not a very curated experience. It's pretty much just one traveling exhibit. Is what it was functionally what it is. It's like one special exhibition that another museum would have. So it lacks a sort of like identity and a narrative as a museum. At least I've never been there and seen like the same piece twice. Yeah, it's and hello Sharkray. Yeah, my thing is more Sharkray that it is, if the goal is to make people interact with exhibits and take it in, it does that less effectively than a traditional museum design. I think the Metropolitan and MoMA both do a better job at that same concept. Just by having exhibit halls that have themes and are laid out in ways that allow people... I'd actually say that the fact that it's just a line, it is functionally just a line, right? That is the thing that needs to be kind of understood about this, is that it is just a line that has been coiled. The actual shape is a solenoid, but that's the same... In terms of walking, it's different, but in terms of seeing exhibits, it's the same as just a line. Yes, it is linear, and so you actually engage less with the... Excuse me. My habit of drinking water while talking has come back to bite me. Also, Blank Doodles, welcome in. Pleasure to meet you here. Reminds me of a coffee or cappuccino machine aesthetically. I think that's actually fair. I think that's actually pretty fair. But because it's basically a line as opposed to a web or a grid that you move between kind of as you see fit, it's actually less engaging than that. The web and grid kind of designs of a more traditional art museum are more effective at increasing your engagement with the works because it gives the viewer agency over how they encounter the curated experience, right? The curation is a series of trade-offs. A highly curated experience is almost by definition a low interaction experience, right? It's a low autonomy experience. But the Guggenheim, by being significantly lower autonomy than most museums that you're going to encounter in the world, feels a bit more like a roller coaster as opposed to driving your car, right? And in that sense, you wind up being actually less engaged with what's on display than I think I am at other museums. Brooklyn Museum is good. I do have another museum hot take that's actually more of a hot take that I'm a little bit worried about saying. So I want Nap to be braced for this one. I want to know that he's here as well. So Nap give me a sign of life before I say this one. Okay, I found the Museum of the American Indian to be a letdown. I think it, yeah. Okay, it feels spicy to me to say because there's a lot of people really love it. I feel like the subject matter deserves better than what they've been given. Okay, yeah. It's honestly just mostly down to the one in DC. The one in DC, I think it's a little bit too surface level. I think that they could have gone, maybe it's me being like a huge asshole about like wanting things to be in depth, but I want them to go deeper in the subjects that they chose to go in on. It feels, and maybe they've changed it in the year since then. I haven't been there in like 6 years, but it felt kind of empty to me. It felt kind of like empty and undercooked. Best cafe at all the Smithsonian. I can believe that. I can believe that. But it doesn't feel great. Hello Kit creates PNG. It doesn't feel great to compare it next to the Air and Space Museum, where the Air and Space Museum is just frankly, the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, is that what it's called? Smithsonian Air and Space? That museum is overwhelming. That museum makes it extremely, thank you, yeah, good enough. That museum, like, most people I know who have been there experience a kind of awe, right, at Air and Space on just how much there is to learn about the machinery that is on display. Most of the people I know who have been there find it a very powerful experience. The only other thing that I can actually remember is that I've seen more than one person have it. I have not, since they were out, no. The only other museum thing that I can think of that I've seen most people have that kind of experience, like a majority of people I've talked to, is the deep sea area of natural history in New York. I'm going to give people a small... This is like legitimately a spoiler for a real-life museum. So if you haven't been to the Natural History Museum and you find aquatic life at all interesting, close your ears here for a second. Just know that that it's really worth going. That by itself justifies going to New York City. So the thing about the deep sea area of the Museum of Natural History in New York is that it has a 1-to-1 scale blue whale. It is a staggering thing. It is, yeah, that hangs from the ceiling. It's incredible. It's an incredible experience. I have taken people to visit it. Hello, Matthew. I have taken people to visit it, and their jaw just drops. Interesting. I think the other parts of the Natural History Museum are not as strong. I think the aquatic parts of natural history are very strong. I do like the geology in natural history, but I will freely admit that I really like the way that lots of natural history museums do their geology exhibits. Yes, that is fair. That is fair. I was actually thinking the astronomy parts of natural history are the parts where I think it's really lacking. I think the Natural History Museum's astronomy section is pretty mediocre. I will actually say, Nap, I am really curious about what is a anthropology or like an anthropology section museum that you think does a really good job. I am curious about that, because the ones I think about are natural history, where I'm kind of dubious that it should even be in there at all, or Field Museum in Chicago, which is extremely similar. Like extremely similar. Like, I genuinely, in my brain, cannot remember which exhibits are at which between Field Museum and Natural History with regards to, like, cultural anthropology. And I don't remember what they call it anymore. They renamed it the Oriental Institute of Chicago. I genuinely cannot remember what they call it. No, that's not it. Yes, happy Pride, Rexy Raibu. Happy Pride. Happy Pride, everyone. I'm literally looking this up so that people can go see it. It's my favorite museum. Study of Ancient Cultures. The Institute for the Study of Ancient Cultures in Chicago. That is a pretty anthropology-y museum, and I think it's my favorite museum. But it is also very much explicitly about ancient Sumeria, ancient Egypt, ancient Hittites. Well, I can say that the Penn in Philly is a lot easier for me to get to. It's a lot easier for me to get to. It do be Pride Month. Oh my goodness, I forgot to say this earlier. No Overtime Studio, thank you for the 6 months. This is a viewer-supported channel. It is kept alive by viewers like you. You are responsible for my pen and paper and food. So thank you very, very much for the 6 months of subscriptions. That means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. Matthew the Rice Seeker has watched 3 streams. Thank you for the watch streak, Matthew the Rice Seeker. And was there another watch streak that I missed in here? Okay. Oh, and thank you, Mikks, for being a mod for 6 months. Yeah, do not, my friends, allow yourself to become addicted to food. Dangerous one. It's a gateway drug. An addiction to groceries is a gateway drug that will lead to addictions to things like clothing and shelter. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. That is so cool. That is so cool. Big Food doesn't want you to know. Yeah, we gotta get out the breatharians, right? We gotta get out the breatharians in here. The breatharians will save us. Save me, breatharians. Save me, breatharians, from Big Food. Yeah, that's so cool. You get to cast Doom later this month. I actually really love paleontology. There's like that was like a thing that I loved. Oh, you were talking about breatharianism, Thea. I was like, what the hell are you talking? I thought you were talking about Chicxulub. I was like, how do you pronounce it? I don't speak Nahua. Chicxulub? I don't know how to I'm not. I want to be Chicxulub, but I don't actually know that. How far off am I? Does anybody here speak Nahua? Do I have any Nahua speaking viewers? Or is it Mayan? Oh, I don't actually know. I could have been very insensitive there. It's in the Yucatan, so it would be more likely to be Maya. Which I know even less about. Chicxulub or Chicxulub? Chicxulub. Chicxulub. Okay, Chicxulub. Chicxulub. Yeah, I really default to Chinese orthography. Theo, I thought you were talking. Yeah, I did. I was like, the Chicxulub crater is very real. I mean, I have not personally been there, but I have very little reason to doubt its existence. That one seems pretty undeniably the case. That one seems pretty undeniably the case. Oh, crap. Dropping my mouse. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I've handled so few fossils in my life. Honestly, probably an anomalously small number of fossils. Oh my goodness, that I can hear that in Nagi's voice. Mikks, I can hear that in her voice right now. Oh yeah, there's diatomaceous or earth, and I think diatomaceous earth counts. I don't think that coal counts. I don't think I get to count anthracite. Yeah, that's what made it Nagi's voice. I don't know anybody else who actually says K Kona other than her. That's a thing that I've learned from Nagi, and to me it is a Nagi behavior. It is snake behavior. But that's a fun way to put it. That's a fun way to put it, Theo. I think I've never worked with it. I think I've like used it, but like not like once or twice. Like I think I used it like for like cleaning once. But yeah. I actually really have a fascination with paleontology, which is something I always need to be a little bit careful about. Not just because there are people, specifically within VTubers, who have like genuine serious dinosaur autism and therefore know overwhelmingly much about dinosaurs. Like, so like there is that, right? There is that, but also I have very little biology education. Biology is my weakest subject. Out of the liberal arts education, that is definitely my weakest subject. It's gonna make Jurassic Park, but well, I like it, Mikks. I like it, Mikks. Happy Pride for Jurassic Park, but woke. See, there's a Jurassic Park movie that could be done that would at least convince everyone else that everyone else was offended by it, but not necessarily offend them all. Which is a Jurassic Park movie where the park, you know, like the whole point is like the park goes haywire and the dinosaurs get loose and start killing people. But during Pride, I think that everybody else would think it was triggering everybody else. I think like every group would think it was like triggering to their opponents, but not necessarily actually triggering to them. I think that'd be an interesting slalom event. Yeah, during Pride at the dinosaur park. They're non-viable and won't survive. I feel like that's like a... That's one of those things about like that kind of like biological reasoning. Like this goes back to Frankenstein, right? This goes back to Frankenstein, and I've never felt like it goes far enough. Hold on, Kit. I'll get to that because that's a very important question, but I'm going to say a less important point here. Like, I don't ever really see that applied... Hello, Noir. Hello, Noir. I don't ever see that really applied to the question. Like, so if the issue is that, like, it's an animal that is neutered and therefore will not reproduce, like, first of all, like, what are we going to say about mules, right? Are like, mules an inhumane experiment? I mean, kinda. But also, like, what does it say about, like, machines? Right? Like, are we going to, like, stop making toilets because, like, they can't reproduce? Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't feel right to me. Okay, Kit creates PNG. How you get through the beginning stages of streaming where you genuinely suck. I really enjoy doing it, but I found it can be very discouraging. Okay, Kit. Okay, Kit. I will tell you one of the most frequent things I heard during therapy, and Mikks and Noir can back up that this is a genuine fucking problem with being my friend. What is your evidence that you suck? Back me up, Nora. This is the thing that I struggle with, right? This is a fairly large percentage of like the things that I mentally have as an issue. Yeah. That's what is the actual evidence I have that I suck, right? I tend to be hyper critical of myself. It's okay. So let me put it this way, Kit. I am asking you a genuine question that you do not need to answer here. Okay? That is a genuine, real question. It is not just a question for rhetorical purposes, but it is a real question. You just don't need to answer it here. In fact, don't answer it here. Just keep this in mind. Just write this down for yourself. What is your evidence that you suck? And I am going to use it as a slight rhetorical lead-in, but it is also a genuine question. So I guess that maybe that does make it a rhetorical question. My point is that it is an actual question. Because Theo, that was cute. Thank you, Theo. Sorry for not responding to it immediately. But the most common piece of evidence that people use in streaming that they suck is that their numbers aren't as high as they would like to. Okay? That is the most common piece of evidence. However, there is not justice in streaming. There is not actually a strong, repeatable correlation between being good at streaming and getting good numbers. Right? Like that is and so here I'll say it certainly depends on what you're very good at, right? This is another thing, right? That's another thing like that. Yeah. So that's the most, I'm just bringing it up because that might not be the evidence that you're using, Kit. That might not be the evidence that you're using. The evidence of... I am honestly not entirely sure what I think it truly is to be good at streaming. I am not sure that I am truly good at streaming. I think I am pretty good at streaming. I think I'm better at streaming than I am at a lot of other things I do in life. I do think I'm a pretty decent streamer. I think I'm pretty mediocre to bad at most things I do in life. And my friends are fighting. Just because, so that's like a small aside, right? Is like, so my bigger point, right, is like, what is, like, when you say you suck at streaming, is it because there aren't other people there watching you? Which I don't think is real evidence. I don't think that that's real evidence. Or is it that you look at your VOD and you don't like what you see? And if it is, let's look at three pieces of evidence that I think are reasonable, that are pieces of evidence I think people frequently use. Number one, the numbers. I don't think the numbers are real evidence. That's like my biggest thing here. If you are looking at the numbers, I don't think those are real evidence. If you are looking at your VODs and you don't like your VODs, I don't like my VODs. And I have had to learn that this is not evidence that I am doing a bad job. This is because my VODs are giving people something that I already have a lot of. that's a lot of how I think about it, and like how I think about what types of streams I watch and enjoy, is that, well, it's not even a Dunning-Kruger thing. I'm talking about taste. I am talking about taste right here. That is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about taste. Okay, fair enough. To my tastes, I like streams and streamers that are chaotic and funny. And often very high energy. I like a lot of very chaotic, very high energy, very not comfy, cozy streamers. A lot of the streams I really like are very not comfy, very not cozy. And that's a matter of taste and experiences, right? That I'm too chill. Well, I mean, yeah, this is what Noru and I talked about the other night. Yeah, a lot of people like it. I want to be clear here, right? A lot of people like it. What the chill, the comfy, the cozy. And that's a lot of what I do. But again, the reason why I am doing that, the reason why I am bringing that to twitch.tv is that is very much what I am rich in. That's kind of, I'm going to sound like a goddamn economist here for a second here, talking about, thank you, Just Another Lurker, 868. I thought it gave you white static in your brain, Noir. I thought it gave you white static and I thought you could hear your own heart rate. Yes, thank you, Gringos Underwear, thank you. Yeah, comparative advantage. It's a comparative advantage thing, right? There's a comparative advantage thing where I have a lot of comfiness and coziness in my life, and so it's easy for me to give that and to show that and to put that on display. But I don't need more of it in my life. I am full. That's why I find it so easy to give away, right? That's why I find it so easy to give away. So that's a matter of taste. And this is something I think is actually true of a lot of streamers, because streamers don't tend to, I think that most streamers I know that I talk to are not generally making the kind of thing that they like to watch. They're making the kind of thing that they are making the kind of thing that they already have a ton of, right? That isn't similar to their type of entertainment that they prefer. And this is true of all types of entertainers that I've known, right? I think it's actually quite common. That there are some people who just like, I'm gonna snooze ads here for a second. There are some people out there for whom they look at, they are truly obsessed with the thing that they do. So like a good example of this would be, oh my god, I forgot his name. Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani, right? You're all weebs here. You all know who Shohei Ohtani is. Shohei Ohtani is a completely single-minded obsessive. He's... I can't believe you would admit to cheering for LA. Oh, no, I mean, he is. He is. It's not really arguable. Vexel Cafe, thank you for the raid. Hold on, let me give a shout out. Okay. Go? You were studying Go? That's so cool. That's so cool, Vexel Cafe. Thank you for your raid. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology. That is a very cute emote, Vexel. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I do calligraphy and paint miniatures and play city builders and today I'm going to do some calligraphy. And I am answering a fairly lengthy question from a viewer who asked. Let me recapitulate the question. Let me reread the question. I was wondering how you get through the beginning stages of streaming where you genuinely suck. I really enjoy doing it, but I found it can be very discouraging. And so I am attacking still the first part of this question, which is I'm being very cognitive behavioral therapy about this. What is your evidence that you suck? And hello, Archibald. How do you know that you suck? Right? Because this is a thing that, like, Noir and Mikks are close friends of mine, and they fairly frequently have conversations where I complain about how I feel like I'm doing a really bad job at everything in my life. And this is because that's the evidence I have is not really objective. And so I am going through that, the evidence, hello, thank you for the follow, Vexel. The evidence, there's a couple of pieces of evidence. I'll speed through the first one, which I think is one of the more important ones to engage with, but I think is also worth dismissing after you've done the engagement, is the numbers. There is not a good connection between being good at streaming and having a large number of viewers or followers. That is not really a good connection there. And so I don't think it is good evidence. It is hard evidence to ignore, but you do need to ignore it. All right, Noir, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good raid. I don't think that that's actually good evidence. I think that is in fact quite poor evidence. The other piece of evidence is watching your own VODs, and that was what I was going over, was your total self-assessment of your finished product is going to come down very heavily to taste. Streaming is art at its most 7 out of 10. It is extreme. Nobody is a 10 out of 10 streamer every stream. That is not true. We are not doing edited experiences where we get to take away our bad takes. Our bad takes are just there. So you are really thinking about what your 7 out of 10 is. And it's very hard to evaluate 7 out of 10 on pure quality and craftsmanship. Not impossible, but quite hard. George O'Keefe is crazy and also the GOAT, so I'm not going to argue philosophy with George O'Keefe. I don't know what George O'Keefe would be like as a streamer. I do know what Joyce Carol Oates would be like as a streamer, and the answer is excellent. I want Joyce Carol Oates to start streaming. Let's get her on. Let's get her on here. Joyce Carol Oates, get on Twitch. And then there is a question of craftsmanship, and I think there are pieces of craftsmanship that are things you can be better and worse at in a truly meaningful way. And to a certain extent, they require practice, which is, I think, I would say the most important thing as a final note for answering this question, is that you need to think about what it's worth thinking about your craftsmanship, and the pieces of the craftsmanship that are easy to improve, right? Some of these are quite easy to improve, are enunciation and voice. And voice is an interesting one, because I come from public speaking and teaching, and I think people can probably tell that I am doing professor and political speech voice. Right, that I'm doing professor and political speech voice. That I am doing, that I have a specific way of using pauses and extensions and repetition that are associated with certain types of art forms, and that are not, the reason why I bring this up is that I think that they are not the favored craftsmanship of a streamer. I think I am working well with them, but they are not the only option. And one that if you see behind the scenes notes that people will publish, particularly I'm going for female streamers here, female VTubers, is that female VTubers have certain voices that they practice, that they use for streaming, that are not natural, but are part of a deliberate crafted effort to create a holistic experience that includes having a girl who is cuter than a human normally is. Hello, Shikigami Nekomata. Hello, hello, hello. I will do the workout time after I answer these questions. After I answer this question. So this is the reason why I ask, what is your evidence, right? So if you look at your VOD and you don't think it is entertaining in general, that's not strong evidence. But if you're looking at your VOD and there's lots of dead air and you're not able to maintain a consistent cadence on your personality and what you are delivering, those are things you can work on. Those are things you can work on. And so, and I would say, honestly, this is actually one of the things that I quite liked about the early days of streaming. I hope that you are still listening to this, because I hope this kind of encouraged you. This is something I actually liked about my first 6 months or so of streaming, is that I would look at my VODs and I would think about the things I was doing and how they contributed to creating a holistic experience, and which were the things I was doing that were contrary to that experience. I think that was an interesting intellectual exercise to note what I was doing and how it all built towards an emotional whole. And that emotional whole is all over the place. That is one of those things I think is really often kind of missed in conversations around VTubing. And so I would say that when you still have a very small audience, I shouldn't say it like that because that implies that you will definitely get a large audience at some point. It's a great question. It's a great question. So I felt compelled to be answering it for like 45 minutes. That it is worthwhile to contemplate to take a look at what you're doing, right? And take notes, right? Watch a VOD and take notes and think about what emotion you want viewers to feel. Okay? Think about what emotion you want viewers to feel. Oh, hello, Igner! Welcome in, Igner! Welcome in, Igner. We are about to go to ads in a few moments. I am answering a question from a viewer. Oh, what are you doing model-wise? Hello, Gwaint. Hello, hello, Exalted Emily. Hello, Big Mama Chunk. Hold on, shout out for Big Mama Chunk. Okay, I'm gonna burn all of my snoozes here just so I can get the proper hellos in. For the readers, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do calligraphy. I paint miniatures. I play city builders and weird art games. Today I will be doing calligraphy, but a viewer who is a recently started VTuber asked a really interesting question, which was, how do you deal with the emotional feeling of, how do you get through, this is the phrasing, the specific phrasing, how do you get through the beginning stages of streaming where you genuinely suck? And my main answer so far is, chances are the evidence you have that you suck isn't good. Right? That's a big thing. But the other part is that you can take notes on your performance and improve your performance. There are not universal things about what makes a good VTuber. There's actually a huge amount of variation in what makes one person a good VTuber versus another person. Even people who are quite similar. Like me and Ronan are quite similar in a lot of our presentation style, but also quite different. Yes, self-motivation is very critical, but I was getting to the notes that you can view your VOD and think about the ways in which you are the ways in which you are creating an emotional whole for the audience. And again, that emotional whole, that emotional completeness does, that emotional message, that through line, that is the word that we use in writing, a through line. A thesis statement is a through line, but there are other types of through lines than just a thesis statement. The through line of your streams as a whole, should be coherent and diagnosable, and they should be something that somebody can pick up really quickly on seeing your stream. People can usually tell when I am streaming what I am about and what the rest of my stream is going to be about very, very quickly. And if you are all over the place with your emotions and your energy level, Kara, hello Kara, hello Kara, hello Kara, then, well, I mean, Mikks, I feel like people can figure you out, but it's you want to be doing something that people should be able to identify that. And then, so you should think about, like, when you're watching your stream, am I being cozy? Am I being chaotic? Am I being funny? Am I being talented? Am I being... And I think the biggest thing I think about with streaming personality is you want to be... It's the personality that you are selling, right? It's the personality that you're giving people. And you want to have that all work together cohesively. And I think that the way to think about it is you are playing a character. And so you should behave, the things that you do on stream should suit the character you are playing. And my personality, as I often say, is you are talking to an older guy at a cafe or a bar who has interesting stories. That is the vibe that I am going for and that I think I execute. Different people have different ones. A very common one for a lot of VTubers is transcendentally impossibly cute woman, right? That is a very common one. Yeah, it's about their nature. Will the nose get stuck or honk every time? Kara, you were on my stream the other day and you summarized your character extremely quickly. Kara, you did it in like 5 seconds. I'm wondering if you can figure out what it is. Also, I'm going to make a quick aside here. That Big Mama Chunk was on my team yesterday. On the winning team yesterday, the red line that won the tournament of Guns of Icarus yesterday. She was our engineer extraordinaire, and kept us in the air well past when we should have died a million times over. Yeah, you hit the hole with a wrench a lot. It was something that you said to Noir, Karatsu, and it was something you said to Noir. Kara, what Kara said about her personality is, that, what was it? It was specifically, I believe, bottom energy on mommy hardware. No, bottom software on mommy hardware was, I think, the way you put it. Yeah, mommy hardware, subby software. Yep, that's you. That's you. That's fucking you. That's Karatsu. And yeah, I mean, to me, I have an artistic goal here, right? I have artistic and business goals, and so that are bigger than just like the day-to-day of the performance. So I think about this quite a bit. I think about this quite heavily. Okay. I'm going to do the push-ups that Shikigami Nekomata redeemed over 10 minutes ago, and then I'm going to run the ads, because I've snoozed the ads 3 times and I'm out of snoozes. So let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. One again, Shikigama, it's not about... When I say your character, I don't mean like a character that has like a backstory, like a fiction character. I mean a character like a luchador character. I mean that your character has an emotional truth. That has an emotional truth that hits other people. And that emotional truth is largely going to be a type of person in a person that almost like a commedia dell'arte, right, character. One that I talk about frequently because I think she does such a good job at it is Berrybug. Berrybug is such a canonical little sister, right? She is such a canonical, universal little sister. Yes, Gwaine, Mr. Rogers is like one of my top, is like possibly my number one inspiration as a streamer. I look to Mr. Rogers more than I look to any streamer for inspiration. So like, think like Mr. Rogers, right? Mr. Rogers has an energy and a verb and a vitality that is Mr. Rogers, that is not just like, that doesn't have anything to do with his backstory particularly. Okay. We'll be right back. I can't stop the ads anymore. I will fill up my water. I'll be back. Hello! Oh my goodness, there are raiders. There were raiders. Okay, sorry about that. I was very hungry. So I got quite distracted. So let me go back. Welcome in, raiders. Let me say hello to the raiders. How are you doing, wrong, Alice? You were studying IRL. What is IRL? How do you study IRL? But yes. Welcome in, wrong, Alice and raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I do calligraphy, and I do stream and paint miniatures and stream city builders, among other things. And I am here today. Kit Creates PNG here asked a really interesting question. Nearly 300 flavors. Oh my goodness. What is the business? What is the business that has 300 flavors? And hello, Wasteland Mad God. Welcome in. 300 flavors feels like very many flavors. I don't have 300 flavors of anything. I probably have 300 different types of things I could cook, but 300 flavors. Wow. Feels like so many. Feels like so many. But yes. I hope that it was successful and not incredibly overwhelming. Flavor and food grade cosmetics. That is incredibly cool. That is super cool. I'm flattered that you came here. That somebody who has such a cool thing that you can engage with and bring to people has thought that I was interesting enough to. I'm just an old man who likes to talk about history. That is incredibly cool. Flavor and food grade cosmetics. That's really interesting. Yeah, well, not entirely. It is an art form. I do know chemistry, but this is an art form that I know very little about. But that I am exposed to constantly, right? That I have a functioning olfactory sense, so I am exposed to flavor chemicals and intentional scents all the time. But I actually am quite ignorant on the subject and on like how you use it as an art form, right? An example of a place, and I mean, Mikks, like this is actually something that you are aware of, and that other people who have met me in real life are aware of, that I don't wear cologne. And I tend to wear like unscented antiperspirant. The only scent that I really use is I tend to use lavender for my beard. And it's something that I find kind of interesting in that the normal scents that are advertised to men, the normal fragrances that are advertised to men are like sandalwood and leather and cigar smoke and whiskey, and I think I actually do kind of like sandalwood. Sandalwood's not the most, it's not really the great example in this one. The leather and whiskey notes are the ones that I think are the more interesting ones. And I've always thought it was kind of strange to me that a man would find it necessary to butch up smelling like a dude. Like, there's something that's kind of weird about that to me. That, like, I kind of think that I am kind of in the brain space of, like, if I want to smell it, I want to smell very lightly, if at all. And to the extent that I smell like anything, it should be pleasant and relaxing. Oh, very much Mikks, very much. I mean, I do like wood smoke, but I spent a lot of my life smelling like wood smoke for professional and survival reasons, so I kind of associate it with, like, being overwhelmingly smoky. But it doesn't feel... it does feel kind of ridiculous to me to, instead of having a sort of, like, artistic purpose to what you're trying to smell like, then you just kind of smell like everything? Well, I shouldn't even say that. You smell like just, like, the concept of man. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Happy Pride as we discuss this kind of general thing. Yeah, I had coconut shampoo for a while, and people liked that, but I kind of don't like the smell of coconut very much, so... if I smell like what I want to smell like, it's mint. I think mint is, like, the ultimate. Mint is amazing. Really good Hoberman. Okay. Yeah, I just, my beard oil has lavender in it. That's really it. You like strawberry stuff? Rest in peace, Arcane Memory. I actually really like the smell of tea tree oil, but tea tree oil is bad for your hair to put it in regularly, so I don't. I just use it occasionally. More personal care products have an unsent option. I agree. I fully agree. And I think it's actually, I try to go for stuff that is pretty much unscented when possible. For what I think should be a kind of obvious reason to almost everybody. If it's unscented, then you have more control. Oh no, there are Kit Creates PNG. That's absolutely true. I mean, I use my default soap is mint. My default soap is this is going to be the most on fucking brand thing I will say possibly all night. I'm actually wondering. I think Mikks can guess this off the top of his head. I have two preferred soap choices. And they're both incredibly on brand. Depends on how much, Sharkray. Depends on how much citrus you use, I would say. It's possible for somebody to smell lightly lemony or lightly orangey. That's very possible. My... Kit Creates PNG. Kit Creates PNG. Okay. Here's a thing about streaming. Here's a streamer thing. I am slowing down my rate of speech considerably when we're on stream. However, I still need to fill the air. So saying Kit Creates PNG allows me to fill the air pretty easily. You are not harming me by having a full name, by me saying the full name. It allows me to, it gives me more space to think. And it rolls off the tongue very easily, and I think, as you can probably tell from me saying Kit Creates PNG in, like, half a second, my natural speaking pace is pretty fast. Because I am a New Yorker. So Big Gay Mikey did not say it, but he is correct. Of my soap preferences, my preference are to, 1, make my own soap. I like making my own soap. I am currently out of caustic soda, so I can't make any more right now. So I have gone to my backup plan for soap, which is Dr. Bronner's. Okay, yes, please, Wong Alice. I should have said it. Thank you very much. Happy Pride. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for provoking an interesting discussion about sense. It was very kind of you to come here, and you're doing something incredibly cool. So thank you. Happy Pride. Have a good night. It does? I'd never heard that, Blue. I'd never heard that. I try to use it like, I try to use only like a little bit of it because it's really strong. You know, I put a couple of drops of it on a loofah, and that's what I do for the shower. But yeah, my ideal is to make soap with caustic soda. That's my preference, is caustic soda, olive oil, right? You know, olive oil and a little bit of, you know, my favorite skincare and hair care product, pure shea butter, pure yellow shea butter. You know, so pure yellow shea butter, olive oil saponified with caustic soda, and a little bit of mint. A little bit of mint oil. I've wrecked yours. I'm sorry. Ooh. Never heard of this. What a shame. It's... I don't usually use jojoba because it's expensive. It's expensive and I'm a cheapskate. My beard oil is coconut oil is what I use for my beard. I use coconut oil, shea butter, and lavender for my beard. Non-saponified because it's for my beard. Once again, happy Pride. You are overpaying for beard oil. Beard oil is worth it. Beard oil is not worth $20 an ounce. It is worth it to use beard oil. It is not worth it to buy beard oil. Just make your own beard oil at home. It's extremely easy. You can just use jojoba oil. If you have jojoba... it's supposed to be jojoba, right? I think I'm mispronouncing. I think it's supposed to be jojo. Yeah, jojoba oil. You like the smell of coconut, but it's always too heavy for you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Well, I mean, the coconut oil... Like, I'm using refined coconut oil. It doesn't smell like anything. Too oily naturally anyway. Well, shark ray. In the case of beard oil, the reason for beard oil is that even if your skin is very oily, my skin is pretty oily. Even if your skin is very oily, your sebaceous glands will not be able to keep up with your beard. So you do need to supplement your natural oil production if you're growing your beard out longer than like about an inch. Really longer than about half an inch. You're going to need a little bit of beard oil, and that you'll use actual oil. When I was talking about for making soap, the soap is not, it's not going to be oil when it touches your skin. You use it to, when you make soap, you take oil. Olive oil is usually the most recommended. You don't want to use corn oil, which is unfortunate, because corn oil is cheap as hell. Yes. No, you're not emulsifying it, you're saponifying it. You're not emulsifying, you're saponifying. Well, I guess you do have to emulsify it, but the goal is to saponify it. Which is that you're mixing it with usually caustic soda. But you could use something else. So sodium hydroxide. I keep on saying caustic soda because I played way too much Payday. But yes, it's sodium hydroxide. Kai Lestiel VT, thank you for the follow. And then you add Oh, that's true. That's true. Yes, you can super fat your soap to allow it. Yes, but you don't end up with a ton of it. You don't end up with a ton of. Your soap shouldn't be oily. Your soap shouldn't be oily, and or like not like super oily. Using a little bit of having like super fat in your soap does make it a little bit nicer on your skin. But you really don't want to use very much, and that's kind of why I have the shea butter in there, is because if shea butter is very kind to my skin. Shea butter is very, very kind to my skin. I like shea butter a lot. Yeah, and so I will say if you make your own soap, please look up a guide for how to do it before you just YOLO it. Sodium hydroxide is not fucking around. And I'm not going to apologize for swearing there. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I don't use animal fat on account of the being vegan for 15 years. But the, yeah, it is, yeah. In order to make soap, you need to mix sodium hydroxide in water to produce free sodium and, more importantly, free hydroxide. The whole thing you're trying to do, right, is you're trying to create highly basic water. You can also just, yeah, it will, the dissolution of sodium hydroxide or lye in water is highly exothermic. I have used fancy chemistry words here to mean that it gets, like, really hot. Yes. It is not that level of exothermic. Ignore it is not that level of exothermic, but it is. Use it in Pyrex. It is do it in Pyrex. That is what it is. It is not a. It is do it in Pyrex and do it outside. That is what I mean. It is not an eyebrows will be gone level of exothermic. It is a can break and shatter things. And burn the crap out of you. And then the resulting chemical is quite nasty, right? Highly basic things are not pleasant. Strong bases are not something that you want to have interfacing with your skin. You want them pretty far away. So when I have made soap, I have taken a Pyrex bowl and put it outside and made the mix and then put a mesh cover on top of it in order to keep leaves from getting in because, East Coast, and then left it alone. And then left it alone for like half an hour or so. Because you don't want that. That is not business that you want getting too close to you. Conversation is scratching your brain so nicely. That's so nice. That's so nice. It is. It is an interesting kind of ASMR content that I am doing. I know it's not really ASMR, but it is. I am ASMR tuber adjacent. I am ASMR-y adjacent. Yeah, let's not turn people into soap. I mean, it'll just burn like crazy, is what'll happen. It'll burn like crazy, and it will involve... See, I was thinking about Fight Club, Theo. It'll involve one of the stupidest scenes from Fight Club. I mean, I think homemade soap is good for your skin because it means that you can make a new batch that is like better for your skin, right? Like most mass-produced soaps I find leave my skin greasy leave my skin feeling like greasy and weird. So, and a lot of them dry my hands out like crazy. The kind of soap that you can find in a public restroom dries my hands out like crazy. So I think it's worthwhile. I think it's worthwhile. If yeah, I think it's worthwhile. Big Mama Chunk, I think it's worthwhile. Well. Okay, that's good. That's good, Celestial. That's good, Celestial. You have come to the right place. You have very much come to the right place. This is a sleepy stream for sleepy beans kind of location. This is a you've come to the right place. Hello, Daplinko. People say that. I do have a Santa hat, but I don't have it on right now because, unlike some people I know, I don't do Christmas until, December. The moth is so adorable. Yeah, this is Inkwell. Mwah. My little guy. I love him. My little guy. My comfy, cozy little guy. My little guy. I like him a lot. But yeah, the inspiration, Daplinko, because I think you are kind of implicitly asking this. The inspiration for the model is actually Uncle Iroh. The specific thing that we gave my model artist, the sentence I gave my model artist as like the top level summary of what I was looking for is Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out. Not the only inspiration, but that was a top one. Gary from Venture Brothers was another big one. Gary from Venture Brothers, Jonah from Boyfriend Dungeon was another big one. In terms of visuals. Yeah, those are like the really big ones. But yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, the goal Kit Creates PNG is that I was thinking about my personality and who I am as a person and what people say about me, and I felt like it was very important for my model to be very huggable. Hold on a second. Okay. Hold on a second here. My model's been leaning weirdly to the left, so I'm trying to figure out what the deal is there. Yeah. Yeah, we went for somebody who is, you know, your very huggable uncle or grandpa was the idea. Because that is very much what I am as a person. And I didn't want to have a VTubing style or personality that required me to have to put myself in a very specific headspace. I wanted it to be I mean, you do have to put yourself in a specific headspace, but I didn't want it to be something that required a really long walk to get to, so to speak, right? Hello, Tayamichi. 18 months. 18 months. Thank you, Tayamichi. Thank you, Tayamichi. That's so many months. Once again, this is a viewer-supported stream. Every little bit of support helps. It keeps me in pens and inks and fills my water glass and keeps my belly full. So thank you. Yeah, Tayamichi's a friend. Tayamichi is a friend. Tayamichi is friend. Ah. All right, hold on. I need to stop. I need to do something different here. Okay. Okay, so today is going to be a calligraphy stream. We are almost at the 2-hour mark, and I haven't even turned on the hand cam. So let me get started on that. Let me get started on that. And let's think about the. I'm just gonna fiddle around with the camera a little bit here to get an angle that I like. Yes, happy Pride, Tayamichi. And let's think about this. My C1 is dead, and I didn't actually clean a new C1 nib. I feel like doing speedball tonight. Don't want to use the C0. I want to use the C2. Where's my C2? Man, the C2 looks so small when I break it out. But I feel like the C2 should be good for the number of raids we've gotten tonight. Oh, crap! Actually, there's something to do before we do calligraphy that's going to be very worthwhile. Where are we on ads? Hello, Mr. No Talk. Speedball, yes, I know it is a drug, but Speedball is a company that makes calligraphy supplies. And other art supplies. They makes art tools. They make art tools. I think they're quite good, and I have 2 nib holders. I have a Speedball and a Browse. And despite the Speedball being objectively cheaper and made with worse materials, I find it dramatically more comfortable to use. I am sorry, Mr. No Talk. I am sorry. The only drug that you're going to get around here is literature recommendations. Speaking of which, I think I should be good. No, hold on. Whatever. I have been reading Middlemarch. Read Middlemarch, folks. Middlemarch is actually really good. I'm gonna say this a lot. Because I'm reading, like, maybe a chapter or 2 a day. If that. And there's many chapters. But, yeah, fantastic book. Fantastic book. Turns out that when a novel gets listed as the best book of all time by a consensus vote of by a ranked choice voting, really, not a consensus, a ranked choice voting of dozens of authors and literary critics, it turns out that that's a pretty good book. It turns out that it's a pretty good book. You know, it kind of rocks. Okay, but there is something to do before I do calligraphy that is worth doing, which is my Blick haul showed up. Oh, hello, Hawk Oddly. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Hawk. Hello, Hawk. What were you up to, Hawk? What were you up to, Hawk? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. Hawk Oddly. How are you doing, Mr. Oddly? How was Mechanicus? Hawk is a sweetheart who always remembers to shout me out on other people's chats. So I have an affection for him. Hello, Biofoots. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber and old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, which is what I'm going to be doing tonight if I ever get my ass off and do it. And I paint miniatures, and I play art games and city builders, and I have been talking today largely about making soap and about performing arts. EMS at a zoo for the people. That is an incredibly cool and important job. That is incredibly cool, incredibly important. Please continue to keep the people from dying. I am assuming that they don't call you in when the gorilla has a heart attack. But it would be kind of funny if they did. But yes, it is important. Important work there. Gotta keep yourself alive. Too much of a thinking game after a day at work. That is understandable. That is understandable. My, did learn that a regular AED works for a girl after having a heart attack. That makes perfect sense to me. I fully believe you with no further questions. No further questions. That makes total sense. That's completely coherent and sensible. Requires no additional persuasion on my part to believe that. Alright, where's... Snow leopards are as soft as they look. My friend, I can think of several people in my life that might actually die if they learn that information. And in fact, I'm going to send it to them right now just to see what happens. I'm gonna have to send this to a friend of mine to see what happens. That's very important. Yeah, let's go for snow leopards. Let's go snow leopards. I'm doing something very stupid, which I'm blacking out this label, the shipping label, and I could just take it off. I'll just take off the entire shipping label. That's much smarter. Yeah, 4 layers of Sharpie and I can still... Yep. It's got my shipping address. Yep, we're going to be doing an unboxing in a few moments. And then we'll get to calligraphy. And obviously, Hawk Oddly, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. I will not begrudge you one little bit for that. I have been well. I've been well, Hawk Oddly. I have been bragging incessantly and obnoxiously about the fact that I won a tournament this weekend. Probably get a drink and then settle in for the night with you. That's lovely. That's lovely. That sounds like a lovely idea. Sounds like a lovely, lovely idea. Yeah, I'm just adjusting my camera a little bit. Because... And let's move some things off of my desk. Oh, I'm gonna have to zoom out the camera quite a bit. Oh, that's awkward. That's awkward. Hold on. Oof. This is getting a cat. This unboxing is like way bigger than what I normally do on my hand cam. So like this is really awkward. It's like actually above my head. It's like actually up in the air. All right. Let's go over there. Yeah, my hand cam is like super far away right now. So this is the box. Somebody asked about speedballs earlier. This is what a speedball looks like. That's a speedball right there. And let's bring over the light a little bit. My preferred letter opener is a serrated, extremely dull knife. Hello, Mr. Orc Florist. We're going to find out. Happy Pride, especially to Kirill. Hold on a second. Gotta shout out Kirill especially for Happy Pride. And hello, Youngly. Hello, Youngly2101. If you're extra gay, you get extra happy pride. Right? That's how I think about it, right? First day of Pride Month? Yes. Packing tape got stuck on some stuff. Oh, Big Mama Chunk, are you still here? Sorry, there's something I meant to say to Big Mama Chunk and then I forgot about it until just now. Yes. Tomorrow, Ratmost is going to come on to stream to discuss their side of the tournament. Before I get to demo day. Yeah, I just think it's neat. Apologies, I've got to move my camera around here a little bit. There we go. I'm going to be really stretching the calibration settings on this. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought you might find that neat. Okay, so here's what's in here. Packing materials. I guess they're going on the floor. The floor's kind of a mess right now. Yeah, big air bubbles. You have finished reading? Welcome back, Noir. We're doing some unboxing. This was actually the number one thing. The number one thing I was looking for. Was some museum wax. That's the thing I, like, actually needed. Oh, hey! The other thing I actually really wanted. The other, like, high priority item. Flow aid. Has destroyed your brain. Everything is small, flat cylinders and ouchies. Brutal. But yeah. Flow aid. I've been looking for I've been meaning to get flow aid for a while. I don't know if flow aid will make a huge difference in my painting, but I want to know. So Museum X and Flow Aid. Those were the two things I was like, I need this. Look, more packing material. Hold on a second here, just making sure. Just making sure that my there's some stuff in here I wasn't expecting. I'm just making sure it doesn't have my name on it. A Hello Fresh gift card? Okay. I've never used HelloFresh before. Sure. And hello, Nightmare Nexus. Welcome in, bro. HelloFresh must not be very good if they're going to give me 22 meals for free. While you're painting minis, excellent, excellent, excellent. Then you will appreciate, right, that the first two things in this box are for mini painting. Museum wax and flow aid. It's Almantas. Nyanomancer, that's terrifying. Nyanomancer, that's fucked up. That's fucked up and evil. That's hello gingivitis. Yeah, that's like how the first time I ever saw a Cybertruck inside the 5 boroughs was the day before the Trump election. That's what that makes me think. Yeah, they haven't sent the meal already. Yeah. Yeah, I should sign up with them with a credit card that I know is going to be canceled soon, right? Like I've got a credit card that's like nearing expiration, so maybe just sign up with a credit card that's going to expire in like 2 months. Yeah, I know. That's the thing that drives me nuts, right? Gingivitis is that like I don't even know if I think it looks good as a car. I think it looks good as a movie prop. Gingivitis, one of my hot take theories is that if you somehow manage to keep a Cybertruck intact for the next 20 years, you are going to be able to make a ton of money renting it out as a movie prop. Just like the 5 people who managed the one person who kept a Pancor jackhammer just made like bank like crazy in the 80s from people renting the one Pancor jackhammer to use as a prop. I think that the Cybertruck is going to be in demand for like period pieces in like the 2040s. I mean, Shark Ray it might be. Like we don't know that, right? Like we don't know that. The real problem with the Cybertruck for this purposes is that the Cybertruck rusts really fast. Like if you want to keep a Cybertruck alive for the next 20 years, I think you're going to have to put it inside an argon vault. Like, I do not think you can just have it in, like, a regular temperature-controlled environment. I think you have to put it in a airtight vault. Like, something that will be airtight for, like, 20 years, and fill it with, at a very least, pure nitrogen. Yeah, put it in a literal pool of oil. I am so chemistry brain that I was like, put it in a pool full of argon. Yeah, imagine a mint-conditioned Geometro. Exactly. Like... Yeah. I mean, absolutely, Theo, they are. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. Hello, Vovern! Hello, Vovern! Vovern, I'm not going to say very much, but I'm just going to say Vovern has been giving me good news, and so I'm very grateful that Vovern's having a good time. Yeah, it's a lack of paint. That paint serves a purpose. That paint serves an actual purpose. Paint actually preserves things. It actually serves a functional purpose on your car. The decision to go without it is an interesting aesthetic decision that I think is kind of cool. It is also deeply impractical. Also, I'm never quite recovering from the guys who mirror shined their Cybertruck. Like, incredibly funny. It's absolutely psychotic. Yeah, the mirror shine Cybertruck, it looks like a broken asset in a video game. Which, again, is something I think is aesthetically cool. Like, I think it is aesthetically cool. Also deeply impractical. It 100% is getting people killed. There is no way in hell that they have not gotten somebody killed. Well, actually there is, which is that they don't put it on the road. They might have gotten themselves killed because they did mirror shine it without wearing masks. Hello, Hexingale. It will make the sun blindingly bright when it hits it, which is going to get people killed. The other reason why it's going to get people killed is that it's actually hard to tell where it is. Like, I've seen the pictures of it. It looks like a broken video game asset. Which is, again, neat. Again, I think that that is neat visually. Is there anybody who's done their entire Cybertruck in Vanta Black? Because one of those things, the thing about Vanta Black, in case people weren't familiar with this, Vanta Black is a specific shade of black that's super duper dark. Oh, Curious PNG, because masks are for cucks. I don't think anybody has done Vanta Black, because here's the thing about Vanta Black. Vanta Black is not a paint that is intended for artistic or even earth-based purposes. It is designed for space. Vanta Black is an ultra dark black that has extremely low reflectivity even compared to your average black. Yeah, it's not a paint at all. You're correct. You're correct. It's a material, right? And it is designed for use in space. Yeah, it is grown on a surface. There's a lot of drama around Vanta Black, and there's a lot of misinformation, so I'm not going to really talk about like the actual like legal stuff that happened behind it. All I'm trying to say about Vanta Black is that chemistry question here, very quick chemistry question. What does it mean for something to be black? What does it physically mean for a surface to be black? What is the physics happening? The physics happening when something is black is that it is not reflecting light. Not reflecting light means it is absorbing light, as Mama Chunk says, and Beautiful Angels say. Absorbing light means that light something has to happen, which is that it gets hot. Yes, Hawk Oddly has jumped to the conclusion. If you paint your Cybertruck, if you manage to Vanta Black your Cybertruck, it will fucking melt. Yeah. Anyway, we are almost at the third ad break. Yeah, the Cyber Kiln. Oh, hell yeah. First of all, I've been looking forward to this for a while. I now have 2 purples. Yes, that does say Murasaki. It does say Murasaki Shikibu on there. The purple styled parts. Oh, I don't forget this one. Kujaku. So, I've got 2 new Iroshizokus. I've been looking forward to these Iroshizokus for a while. And now we're getting to the smaller stuff. Some black liners for painting. I may break one of these out for Thursday painting stream. Some new brushes. These are Taklon brushes. I wanted to try them out. These are Taklon brushes for the minis. I just want to see what it's like to paint with Taklon. I've not done it. I am interested to see how it feels. And last item. New light box. And yeah, Theo, that's the reason why I didn't really want to talk about it, because it involves the evaluation of the personalities of people I've never met. I don't know how much which people is just being a dick. I don't know which person is just simply being obnoxious. On this front. So I am refraining from trying to spell out exactly what's happening. My understanding is that the reason why Kapoor has the exclusive contract is not because Kapoor is, like, a little bitch baby who wants to have a special color, but because the company that makes Vanta Black, does want to protect their copyrights of the material because it's for aerospace purposes, but they didn't want to have artists knocking on their door every week. That was kind of my understanding. Was they just want to have they just want to have like they knew that artists wanted it, and then they wanted it to not, they wanted to simplify their problem with it. But they also didn't want to lose their copyright by just making it free. Because again, aerospace. Okay, folks, we are going to the ads again. I will try to install new Lightbox and see how I feel about it. I will see you all in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Apologies about how long that break was. I kind of skipped dinner because of a work meeting, and so now I'm hungry and I don't notice it as much until like I'm on break and I'm like, I need to eat right now or I'm going to be so cranky. What did I miss? It sounds like Itsy Bitsy Bones went to bed. Have a good night, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Have a good night, Itsy Bitsy Bones. You got a pizza ad. That's at least like a physical object. I gotta say, like of the things that you can get an ad for, like that's like sane. Like it's nonsensical that like they keep on giving me this ad for using AI to treat your ADHD, and I'm just like, I don't think that's true. Like I don't think that's going to work. That's what I keep on getting. I am eating snacks while I'm on break. And because Blue asked about what I am eating, it is General Tso's tofu. Yeah, AI for ADHD sounds like it would make it so much worse. Yeah. Insane. Yeah, I like making General Tso's tofu. It took me a while to like figure out what was missing from my own, because like I'd use some like online recipes for General Tso's tofu, and it tastes wrong without like at least a little bit of Shaoxing wine. Shaoxing wine is a miracle ingredient. I don't know if it's truly a miracle ingredient, but it is like it makes a huge difference. But okay. So, here's Neo Lightbox. Yeah, it's not really bad. It's just just the cuticle got dry and broke in a way that was uncomfortable. But yeah. Thin, much thinner than previous Lightbox Kun. Right, here's I can bring up regular Lightbox Kun. Here's the Lightbox Kun we've been using for years. That is a please remove the protective film from the front before use. If this thing gets hot, I would understand why, but if it gets hot, I'll be very annoyed. Otherwise, I now feel like it's a trap. Otherwise, I now feel like they're trying to trick me. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, I've got terrible ADHD, so I use AI to like make quizzes for me, and I'm like, I don't think any of this adds up. This all sounds deeply suspicious to me. This all sounds profoundly suspicious to me. Yeah, that ad. Yeah, I was figuring that other people were getting it as well. It does not seem remotely specific enough to, like, be, like, a particularly targeted ad at me. Well, it's just, like, you can't study with AI. It just tells you bullshit. That's stupid. And it's a USB-C. It's USB-C up here, so I'm going to use my phone charger. Boom. Flashbang. It's sliding around a lot more. Yeah, I need some rubber feet. Yep. Yeah, you know what makes for really good education? Confirmation bias. I'm sure that something that just confirms all of my biases is really going to be a useful educational tool. Learning surely is about, like, you already always knew it, and it's just a matter of, like, being confident that you knew it. That's the difference between, like, knowing a subject and not knowing a subject is your confidence in it. As an aside, there already exists a really good studying utility. If you are looking for a software to help you study, use Anki. Use fucking Anki. Anki is incredible. Use Anki. I'm gonna go plug Anki. Yes, there's a built-in clip. There's a built-in clip. Come on, use Anki. So I'm gonna try out the clip. I'm gonna give it a fair shake. I'm gonna use something a little bit different. I'm gonna use Speedball calligraphy ink, which I've generally not liked very much, but I think people better than me swear by it, so I'm gonna give it some more testing. Yeah, no, the study software is Anki. Use Anki. Oh, let me fix my filters here for a second so I can see who that was. Mari _ Aram. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I'm also trying out a different paper. Hello! Oh, you love the calligraphy? Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are just getting started. We are just getting started. Yeah. This is, well, we're using different paper as well. This is just printer paper. I know some other calligraphers who swear that this is the way to go, is to use Speedball calligraphy ink and Hewlett-Packard printer paper. I'll be a little bit annoyed if it does turn out to be the trick. Hairlines are proving to be a little bit trickier. I've been saying this for literally weeks and not doing it, because ADHD. Genuinely forget to do this constantly. I need new guidelines. Yeah, it's a screw top. I need new guidelines. Partially, I don't like this vertical stack layout, but more importantly, I don't like these vertical lines on each line. I think they actually cause me to overcorrect. Looking very moisturized today. Thank you, Theo. I try to take good care of my skin. It's one of those pieces of kayfabe that I can't really do is pretending that I just look like my model. There are ways in which I look like my model, but not every way. And one of those ones that I've always found very funny is that my model looks both older and younger than me. Because my hair is not nearly as gray as what you see as the model. You can tell, right? You can tell that I'm not fully gray. My model has much younger looking skin than me. I don't think my skin has looked as clear and wrinkle-free as my models for 25 years. Oh, hold on. I gotta... Nobody told me that my tracking broke. You little bastards. Tell me when that happens. Tell me when that happens. Somehow ran to my group and it kind of looked like my model, but 7 feet tall with dark hair. Dang. Dang. I will hate to disappoint on that front. Yeah, 7 feet tall is pretty big. I think I only saw one person who I thought might have even possibly been 7 feet tall at Offkai. And I don't think they were. I don't think they were actually 7 feet tall. I think it was just that she was well over 6 feet tall, and that's so unusual for a woman that like the memory I have of her is like, wow, that woman was so tall. And that just, you know how memory is, right? The extreme parts of your memory get exaggerated the more you think about them, right? So... you have a memory of a dog barking at you, and then you walking away from it, and then over time that turns into a memory of you fighting a bear. Which is... I don't know if anybody's ever had that particular experience, but that's the joke I heard from a neurologist. It's kind of funny how much better this M is already than, like, anything I did on the first line. Warm-ups are important, folks. Dog that bit me as a child just... I mean, to be fair, a black chow is a huge shadow beast. Like, that's not an unreasonable description. That's just data compression. That's not dishonesty, that's data compression. It's just slightly lossy data compression. Nyano, you have the opportunity. I'm not gonna finish that. I'm not gonna finish that. Yeah, listen to Blue. Buy a lottery ticket. You'll manage to get the first lottery ticket where you win negative $100,000. Oh my... I mean, I don't think anybody's trying to shoot... Yeah, first lottery ticket where you have to give someone else the jackpot, yeah. John Fetterman is a representative from, Pennsylvania who sucks enormously. He... And in ways that are far more public and irritating than, like, normal ways that senators suck. No, we just hate him a lot. To be fair, he is huge, and if there was an American politician that had a personality that included eating other people, it would be John Fetterman. What's up, Noir? What has you mad? What has you mad? What's going on? I'm not gonna. I need to stop checking my DMs during. Well, I need to stop checking DMs while I'm on stream. So yeah. Sorry, I was DMing Noir during the last ad break, And I said, she asked if I was doing like group VC during the stream. And I was like, I haven't decided, but just beg in chat if you want to get on. So apparently not. Apparently she's not that interested. All right, Ignar, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Ignar, were you in the tournament? No, I know you were watching the tournament. I don't know if you were in the tournament. I forget. There were 23 people in there. I don't remember nearly everybody. I know Enigmus was. I don't think you are. Nyanomancer, if anything, you're gonna live longer. Because he's evil. So you'll be protected. Hello, Hugatree via Target. Hello. It's like being around, Henry Kissinger. Yeah, I don't know what the Fetterman Wikipedia says. But like to give the summary from like our perspective, Kit, John Fetterman was elected very much from like a leftist perspective. Like that's kind of like what he ran as, was as like a representing the young from like a like he was like a Gen X Bernie Sanders was like kind of the sales pitch for him. And he has since been like significantly to the right of a lot of Republicans while he's been in office. Like there are Trump appointments that would have failed because of Republicans breaking ranks, and he still voted for them. Yeah. And like he literally throws temper tantrums. He literally throws temper tantrums when people ask him reasonable questions about his policy. Also, hello, Rick. That's a good name. Yeah. He's like a single issue. His main thing that he does in Congress is like, I think he might be like the most pro-Israel person in Congress. And that's like a really high bar. Like I think that people probably understand that it's an extremely high bar to make American Congress critters look like normal people about the Israel-Palestine conflict. So yeah, that's why we don't like him. That's why I don't like him. There's a sense of betrayal to him. That like makes him feel worse than that's a big one for him. He's also like really weirdly focused on being anti-vegan. Like he has a real thing about people, about the phrase almond milk. Like it like really upsets him. He thinks like he like his big like personal campaign issue is like he's introduced like several laws about this, about federal level bans on the term almond milk and soy milk. That like in order for something to be a milk, it has to come out of an animal. Is like the law he wants to pass. Like there should be a federal ban on referring to things as milk that did not come out of an animal. So like milk of magnesia, right? Yeah, milk of the poppy. Yep. I remember somebody describing it as like the perfect like lunkhead political issue. Yeah, the stroke did not. I do think I am a believer in that hypothesis. That I don't want to act like I'm a medical expert, and I certainly don't know very much about strokes, but it is kind of hard to deny that he did have a bit of a personality change after having a stroke. Yeah, well, I thought I don't remember what the timeline is, Blue. I'm sorry, I shouldn't act like I understand what the timeline is. Yeah, and he was running against, like, the person he was running against was awful. Like, it's worth pointing out that, like, his opponent was, like, really dreadful. His opponent has, like, killed, like, quite a few people. Yeah. Yep, Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz. Actually worse. Yeah, so he Oh yeah, no, aka like an actual like 19th century quack ass guy. Like, yeah. Yeah, that's actually a good test case, right, Blue? It's actually kind of a good test case on the question of like damage control voting, right? Because now that he's in office, right? Now that he's in office, like he's probably going to be there for a long time. Like this is not a it's hard to remove political incumbents. But particularly if they're in a Democratic-leaning district. It's difficult to remove people, particularly in Democratic-leaning districts, from office. Like, much more so than on the Republican side. To primary them out, that is to say. They're already lining up? Okay. I'm curious to see how that'll play out. Because like what I was going to say, and we get a test case here, right? I'm not saying that the dust is settled on this, but we get a bit of a test case here, is over the course of 3 election cycles worth of elections, was Fetterman worse for us than Oz winning? And by us, I do mean people who are to the left of the average Congress critter. To be honest, I want to be clear here. Like, I am making an assumption that you think that the Republicans are huge assholes and that tepid opposition to... Yeah, and the question is, like, will Fetterman stick around for 3, 4, 5 election cycles versus would we have had a better chance of getting Dr. Oz out for somebody who is a lot more reasonable? I don't know. We certainly won't be able to evaluate... I can't evaluate in no small part because I'm not from the district, so I don't know enough about their particular district. I can say that I would rather Hakeem Jeffries lose to a Republican at this point. What would be a committee, right? He's got a committee, not share, but membership. He's got like a major committee membership. Oh, no, you mean Oz would be in the head of something. Yeah. Okay, that's true. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, there's a level of like counterfactual evaluation that's really hard to evaluate. Again, if Hakeem Jeffries lost to a Republican, I'd frankly be happy. Because that's the only way we're going to get a reset on Hakeem Jeffries. Medicare, that's insane. I'm not saying that somebody who knows nothing, who is unfamiliar with either medicine or public health or public policy has no place in charge of, you know, policy level appointed leadership over Medicare. But man, he's uniquely unqualified. The Republican caucus is really messy right now. It's really messy and weird. One of those things that was highlighted recently, that I saw highlighted on Blue Sky, was that as Donald Trump's popularity has imploded, the devotion of his actual important constituent, which is Congress critters, has increased. He has not found himself in the situation you normally would find yourself in a republic, in an electoral system, where as you lose public popularity, you lose friends. He is finding himself a little bit more in the situation that cult leaders find themselves in, which is that as you become more unpopular, the devotional level increases. I'm not sure how to read that, right? I'm not sure entirely how to read that. How did Massey manage to lose, right? I'm not sure. I haven't been looking too tightly at like almost any elections, right? Like Plattner's just been like, oh, we're getting tanks. We're getting tanks. Hello, Alma Busada. Hello, Alma Busada. Hold on, let me scroll up here. Alma Busada. Welcome in, Alma, a person who shares a name that is quite similar to mine. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me give you a shout out. And also that's a good opportunity for me to change my category. Let me change the category and then I will, where the heck is category? There's category. You're gonna copyright me? Copyright strike me. Welcome in to the Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, as you can see on screen right in front of you. I paint models. I play city builders and weird art games. The only video game stream I have planned for this week is Titanium Court tomorrow. So, you know how it is. Hello, Rised. Hello. But, I've played some Civ. What were you... Oh, I didn't actually make the shout out. I said I was going to do the shout out and then I forgot to do it. Hold on. Let me do the shout out. What was Alma Busada doing? Shout out at Alma Busada. Jet Set Radio. Excellent choice. I do not, Alma. I do not. I am a firm believer that the best civilization is Alpha Centauri. It's going to be very hard to persuade me away from that one. Sid Meier's Civilization is what they're talking about. And let me make sure I say hello to everyone who came in with the raid. Hello, Fatherless Nimkip. Good name. Hello, Prince_anime. Hello, Cali Cow. Hello, Mango Cast 98. Hello, Foxa Bones. That's a good name right there. Rolls off the tongue. Hello, Off Edit. I like that name as well. Did I miss anybody after Off Edit? I did say hello to Reist. Yeah, Alpha Centauri it's still so good. It's still so good. It holds up. It's still so good. It still holds up. Alpha Centauri is amazing. Alpha Centauri is great. Ooh, what's your favorite Sid Meier game? I think I might know, Gwaine. I think I might know. Is it Pirates? Because Pirates is a very acceptable, yeah! Yeah! Pirates is so good. You respect my unked opinion, you weren't even born back then? Go play it. Go play it. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Welcome in. You can see the hands. The old SVU clip of Ice-T saying, I read on Kotaku it's better than Civ 5 with Brave... It's so funny. So funny. But Alma, check out Alpha Centauri. Do check out Alpha Centauri. It is actually that good. Alpha Centauri is by my favorite strategy game developer, Brian Reynolds. Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri is incredible. Yeah, it still runs. I'm pretty sure it's on GOG for like $2. Brian Reynolds. That would be funny if it was Ryan Reynolds. But yes, here's the thing, right? So you know how in Civilization 4 and so on, they have full voice acting, right? For all the tech lines? All the technologies have lines that, like, you know, Leonard Nimoy and stuff name out. The tech quotes in Alpha Centauri are largely set in universe and are acted by people who are the faction leaders. And the faction leaders are highly ideological, which is very cool. And so when you build, the first time you build a recycling tank, which is like your basic, like, give some food and production, make your city better thing that like you build in pretty much every city just to get it started. Unless there's like a real military emergency. It's like the first thing you build in the city is a recycling tanks. The tech quote for recycling tanks is, "It is every citizen's final duty to go into the tanks and become one with all the people." So the start point for technology in the game, right? The start point for uncontroversial, easy, good thing to do is Soylent Green, right? That's like the start point. Is that you're doing Soylent Green like from day one. The game gets so much weirder from there. The game gets so much weirder from there. Yeah, very normal start point. Very, very normal start point. There is product Soylent. Yeah, I know some people who like Soylent, or at least conceptually like Soylent. Soylent's a kind of interesting product to me, because what Soylent actually is. Soylent's Slim Fast. That's what it actually is. It's Slim Fast. But weirdly, it's lower quality Slim Fast. They cost more. Screwed up the O. Yeah, well, and Noru, it's not just that it's like it's not about, I'm not just talking about taste. Like nutritionally, it's worse than Slim Fast. Like nutritionally, it is less than Slim Fast. It's all marketing. It's all gender. It's Slim Fast for men, and therefore you get to charge more. This is how you make up for the pink tax, right? Yeah, it's I don't even think it's like a product that doesn't have a place, right? Like I know people who are like, oh, this is so like dystopian that this person's making like meal replacement shakes. Right? Like that's not the issue here. It's not that like I definitely know people for whom like eating is unpleasant for various reasons, which was the reason why he made it, right? That's really funny, Deacon Lucard. I like that. I actually like that. That's a good improvement for the movie. Yeah, like I mean, so here's the thing that happens with me, right? Is that when I get sick, I almost always get secondary effects in my mouth and throat. Like, even if it's like an unrelated illness, I will generally get like a secondary, like effect on like my lips and tongue and throat, right? And Should be writing in rainbow colors. I was thinking about it. I need to get a water can. But so when that happens, right? When I get sick, it's actually not that unusual when I get like, oh, this is speedball purple. It's just purple. Deep purple. But it's just speedball purple. But the oh my god, where was I going with that? Yeah, it's just regular speedball purple. I have other purples. But I'm just trying out, but I've not been happy with the speedball inks in the past. So I'm giving them another shot. I actually got a new purple today, Foxabones. I got Iroshizoku Murasaki Shibu. Yeah, hold on. I'll just show off. We're about to go into ads. We're about to go ads. I haven't tried it out. Well, Murasaki is this kanji right here. It's just that kanji. Murasaki is like Japanese for indigo. Yeah, we're about to get hit by ad. We're about to get hit by ad. So I am going to use the bathroom because I need to use the bathroom very, 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 very badly. And we'll be back in a few minutes. But yes. See you all soon. Or I missed the transition button. Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Hello. What? Zoom is asking me if it wants me to AI integrate itself into Discord. I don't think I've ever wanted something less in my life. I just... Zoom is weird. Zoom is super weird to me. I don't share Nanomancer's fear. I don't share Nanomancer's fear. I am not worried about Fetterman on the plane. He seems to think that Fetterman will summon surface-to-air missiles on what is presumably a domestic flight. I don't see it happening. I don't think that anybody who has surface-to-air missiles and the ability to use them is particularly interested in shooting down John Fetterman. That doesn't seem... That doesn't cohere very readily with my theory of power. Let's put it that way. How many, like, assassinations by plane crash have there been? Like, there have been a couple. Like Juvenile, right? Like, that's how Juvenile is a helicopter, so, but, like, it's not like it's never been done. But, like, yeah, I don't think Fetterman has antagonized the people who have those kind of tools. I suppose, and also, like, I don't think he was on an international flight, and yeah, like the people who, like, really despise John Fetterman are, like, American political activists, and I know some pretty wacky people. I don't know any of them who just have, like, books sitting around. And I think if you did, right? I think if you did have, like, a Tor 33 platform or whatever, like, and you were, like, let's say you were, you know, you somehow are a U.S. political activist, and you have somehow managed to get your hands on a Patriot missile. I think even once you account for how hard it would be to fence, you would be better off selling it to Ukraine or the Russian Federation for their ongoing war with each other, and then using the money you got from that to run a soup kitchen than you would be with assassinating Congressman Fetterman. Webby Do, thank you for the follow. Also, hello, Sabork. I'll be honest, Nanomancer's outburst about Fetterman was so strange to me that I have to assume that it's for wizard reasons. That there's that John Fetterman has powerful anti-magic capabilities. It's probably a medical one, yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, assassination by air is, well, during air travel is quite rare. I can think of a couple people who have happened to, and they're like, all the ones I can think of are in Africa. Like, I mentioned Juvenile, right? Like, you know, Juvenile was, I'm pretty sure he was in a helicopter, he might have been in a small plane, and was, you know, shot down, right, during the Rwandan Civil War. No, it wasn't Juvenile. It wasn't Juvenile. I'm misspeaking. It wasn't Juvenile. Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm spreading misinformation right now. I'm misinforming people. Or was it Juvenile? Hold on. Death. Yes, it was Juvenile. It was Juvenile. I always call him by his first name, like I'm his friend or something like that. When it's like he's a psychopathic, genocidal warlord. Looks badly on me. Hello, Cat Racing. I don't know Hammarskjöld. I actually don't know Hammarskjöld at all. No, I'm thinking of Juvenal Habyaramnina. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that well at all because I do not speak Kinyarwandan. And I can't read, I'm not good enough at reading IPA to tell what this, to help this one out. Hello, Drengi. Hello. Hello. Welcome in. Oh yeah, there's also Lin Biao. There's Lin Biao. Lin Biao was probably assassinated while flying. That's not like a definite, but like that seems pretty likely. Thank you, Drungy. Thank you. I've been working at it for a long time. I generally feel pretty comfortable with my fine motor skills. Excuse me. Oh. Second UN Secretary General. Ooh. Ooh. That's interesting. That's pretty crazy. I think I'd heard this, but I just wasn't remembering it at all. But yeah, I'm trying out some ink and paper techniques that I've been dissatisfied with in the past. I'm feeling better about them than I have before. But still definitely taking some adjustment. A little stressing here. Hairlines are still continuing to be a bit of an issue. I've always kind of had issues with doing hairlines with just like the speedball, even while using inks that I'm more comfortable with. But actually, Hammerskjold, you raise a kind of interesting point. It's part of the reason why I'm enjoying mini painting as a challenge, is that there are important ways in which this is nothing like mini painting, right? I'm gonna make Noir happy. But in general, I mean, you can see I'm using purple here, but the main... So I'm going to sound a little bit hypocritical here, or just dishonest or something. The main thing I think about with mini painting is it is about working with color and light. And calligraphy, you generally don't worry very much about color and light. Right, like it's not usually a big concern. It's all about shape, right? That's what you're using. You're using pretty much exclusively shape. Let me clean out the pen. I've made my life a little bit harder by starting with purple. Let's think about the colors I've got on hand here. So, okay. So I do have teal. That's good, but teal's not next. Blue is next. Blue might be dead. Not the chatter, but my blue ink might be dead. It's very dried out and very sticky. So might not be in good shape. Good eye for details and fine motor skills. Yes, it doesn't like there's specific techniques and like I'm very bad with lighting. Drunky is a frequent issue with my mini painting is that I struggle with being able to articulate where where light effects would go, right? Well, and Deacon, right? I know you're joking, but like, I know you're you're making a goofy joke, a funny haha here, but the Miki, hello, welcome in Raiders. Let me give a shout out to Miki VT. What were you up to? The Outlast trials. That sounds spooky. How were the Outlast trials? How did you find yourself? Were you stealing skin? Is that the nature of this? Of this raid message? Have I been blessed with skin stealers? Oh, and Strawberry Stardust. Okay. Oh my goodness. Were you two together? Is this a double raid? That was just incredibly fast. Oh, and I spelled Strawberry Stardust wrong. There we go. Tomodachi Life. How were the Tomodachis? Were they alive? I'm streaming at a time when a lot of people are ending stream. This is I start very late in the evening by US standards, so it's a lot of people who have normal diurnal sleep cycles are ending their streams. They were alive? Okay, so we start with Bad Cheese. It was a good game, then switched to Outlast. Okay. So thank you, Miki, and thank you, Strawberry Stardust, for the raids. I'm glad that you had a good time. I'm glad you had a good time with Bad Cheese in particular, apparently. But then you switched to Outlast. It sounds like you had a good time with Outlast as well. So I am grateful to hear that. I am very grateful to hear that. Sorry, I'm trying to see if adding a little bit of water to this blue paint is going to help it. I don't actually know what type of ink this is. I don't know if that helps. But it does. It's what I've got. I don't have acetone on. Yeah, it's 1:30 for me. I'm US East Coast. I'm just nocturnal, right? I am just nocturnal. Because my other job is as a writer, so the only time I actually have to be awake is, like, afternoons and evenings. I don't really ever need to do anything in the morning, except when it's like, you need to pick up a delivery at, like, 11 a.m., and I'm like, that's a really inconvenient time for me. Are you sure you can't do 4 p.m.? And like, oh, I'd really rather not. But yes, stream has been going good so far. We haven't actually done a ton of calligraphy. This hasn't been a very calligraphal stream because somebody in the first like hour of stream asked me a really interesting question. So I spent basically the entire first hour and a half of stream answering their question. So I've been, yeah, that's kind of where my brain has been at. And I'm trying to see if I can revive this blue paint as it gets all over my fingers. I'm calling it paint because it does not feel like ink to me at all. It feels like paint. It's very sticky and tacky. Let's see. It's got a watery mien now. Okay, there we go. Oh, that actually feels quite nice. Actually feels pretty good. Hello, Zephyred. The Red Viper one. I'll give the, it was a person who was a new VTuber who I've encouraged to stream more, who had been like saying like, oh, I'm getting ready to start streaming. And I was like, you should just do it, right? You should just do it because the kind of worst case scenario, the thing I really want to avoid in these kinds of situations with young streamers, not necessarily young in calendar years, but young in terms of like their experience with streaming and stuff, is don't spend a ton of time on prep work before you figure out if you like streaming. That is the biggest thing, is like, if it turns out you hate streaming, that's really bad. And like, with a couple of exceptions, with a handful of exceptions, I can name 2 off the top of my head, your first several months of streaming, you're going to be at like 1 person, right? You're like, I can think of a couple of people who they started streaming and they just started big, right? Like one person who's talked about it on stream, Vividly Vivi. Vividly Vivi was already a niche, a micro celebrity in the ASMR world before she hit go live for the first time. So like she already had like 100 people showing up to her first stream. But that's very unusual. That's very, very unusual. For the rest of us who start off with streaming as our primary way of getting out there and don't already have a built-in audience from other parts of online world, you know, this is a much more halting process. It's a much more uneven process. Hello, Dulcet. Hello, Dulcet. And Catty Vix, welcome in. Thank you for the compliment. That's very, very sweet of you to say. That's very, very sweet of you to say. But how are you doing, Dulce? How are you doing, Dulce? Also, Dulce, I'm gonna shout out Dulcet because Dulcet's an ASMR streamer who I think people will like. They're a big reader. They actually read more than I do. That's one of those things I do find a little bit funny, is that as much as I am a books guy and literacy associated, I tend to read very slowly. I tend to read very, very slowly, and I don't mark down a lot of books that I read because I only mark down books that I read in completion. So if I read a book for footnote purposes, I don't tend to write it down as like a finished book. So there's like 8 books that I was reading this week, but I don't think I count myself as having finished any of them because I was just hunting for sources. But yes, you got me, Dulcet. You were who I was thinking about a little bit because I know that you read pretty much every night. I mostly read nonfiction books for the purposes of research. I started reading Middlemarch, and Middlemarch is incredible. It's really. It's part of the reason why I don't tend to read a lot of fictions. A lot of it doesn't feel like it changes me or challenges me as much as nonfiction. But Middlemarch is up there. Middlemarch is pretty impressive. And thank you, the Red Viper one, for the follow. Bet Almantas would like this? My thing about whenever I hear about a movie that's like in current theaters is that I'm always very hesitant. Part of it is just because I hate spending money on movie tickets. And I don't find the movie theater experience very pleasant. I find it very distracting. So I'd much rather, you know, watch a film at home. But people have been talking enough about Project Hail Mary that I might check it out. The movie that's currently out that I want to see is I Love Boosters. I'm really excited to get to watch I Love Boosters. Honestly, Fox of Bones, I already didn't like going to the theater before then. The biggest problem for me with going to the theater is actually much, much more stupid. Which is I can't pause it. And the reason why that's a problem for me is that I can't sit still for 2 hours without having to use the bathroom. Hello, X_A_N_A_D_U_. Hello, Xanadu. Yeah. So, when I watch movies in the theater, I spend, like, the entire time in the theater trying to time when I go to the bathroom. That's, like 50% of my attention is on, like, is this something that I can miss to go to the bathroom? Like trying to mind read the editor. To figure out which specific 2 5-minute breaks I can take during the course of the 2-hour movie. And also, closed captioning helps me so much. Closed captioning makes such a big difference. Yeah, particularly from the ADHD side. Yeah, closed captioning helps me so much. Yeah, movies should have an intermission. Honestly, watching, if it wasn't more expensive, I'd probably watch more live theater than I do. Maybe I should just start going to community theater. Just watching, like, complete rank amateurs. Oh my god, that feels insane to me, Fox of Bones. I am a very patient person, so I just am happy to wait for, yeah, it's an ink. It's an ink. It's an ink. I am happy. This is the cool ink, by the way, Drengi. You're about to see the cool ink. We haven't actually used one of the particularly cool inks yet. Let's see if it behaves well. It's a little bit wet right now. I'm gonna make it dry. I haven't done a lot of live theater, but I've enjoyed it quite a bit. Use ink sometimes for shading. Yeah, these are, hold on, sorry, I didn't actually answer the question. Yeah, this is, I'm just trying out the speedball set that I bought a while ago and wasn't very happy with, and I'm being a little bit happier with it now. It's this. I don't know if you can make that out at all. Let me move some lighting around. Whoop. Hit the camera. I don't think that's legible at all. But speedball calligraphy green ink. It would be shocking, Foxabones, if I had a lot of trouble finding theaters near me. Like, that's not impossible, but it would be really surprising. Do I not have an orange? Did this set not come with an orange? I think it did. Silver, black, red, white. I was pretty confident there was a burnt umber in here. Did I... Sorry, I'm looking around my desk to see if I misplaced this. I could just use Fuyugaki. It's just as green. It literally just says green. I do have an Irish green, but that's from Mont Blanc. I have a... This is a metallic ink. This is a metallic ink. Let me turn off Lightbox Goon. That's a metallic ink right there. That one. The Y is metallic. See? It's metallic gold. Because I don't have a yellow. I guess I do kind of have a yellow, but I didn't use it here. I'm gonna stick to using nothing but speedball inks tonight. I'm not gonna use the Oroshizoku right now. Unless I decide to break out the Murasaki or something for a later for something else. But for this piece of paper, I'm gonna stick with using speedballs, just for consistency's sake. Yeah, I like iridescence. It's actually been one of those like unpopular takes of mine, so to speak, is that I like pigeons. I think that the iridescence feathers on pigeons are gorgeous. And actually, I actually like the way that oil slicks look. So I will tell you, Drengi, these are, let me go over to Amazon. I got these off of Amazon. Let me make sure that I give you just like, let me make sure I'm like giving you the right thing, right? I think I got it off of Amazon. Did I not get it off of Amazon? Because this is a calligraphy ink, which doesn't necessarily mean it's the kind of ink you want. And I also kind of have to caution that... Oh, it's not in here. Where did I buy this? I don't think I bought this on Blick. Where did I buy this? But this is a box set of like 10 different inks. This is a box set of a whole bunch of different inks, one of which I can't find, which is driving me a little bit nuts. I don't know where the burnt umber went. Apologies. No, that's not what I'm looking for. This is a really harsh reminder that my room that I need to clean up my room a little bit more. Really harsh reminder of that. Oh, yes, and hello, Akshay. Yeah. Yeah, no, you probably want acrylic inks. Yeah. The inks that, so, but, like, the color also that you see on camera, this doesn't look too far off, right? Like, I'm looking at my program preview on my monitor, and I've also looked at my VODs, and sometimes the colors that you guys see are slightly different than the colors that I see. Let's see if I can find a piece that uses, Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here's a piece. Here's a completed piece that I really like. This is a quote from Ursula K. Le Guin's The Dispossessed. Nothing? You call your theory nothing? Weigh it in the balance of the freedom of one single human spirit. This orange is insane in real life. The way that it looks on the camera feels so dull compared to what it looks like in real life. This one looks insane to me. It's like one of my favorite inks. But yeah, if you're using it for models, I think you kind of want to make sure that you're sticking to acrylic ink to the extent that you can. Right. Oh, I love Le Guin. I love Le Guin. I love Le Guin. I put in so much effort in trying to sell. Thank you, Scaldy. Also, hello. I keep on trying to sell people on reading Tehanu. And I don't know why I'm having such a hard time selling people on Tehanu. Like, I think it's her best work. I think Tehanu is her best work. I don't know why people don't want to read Tehanu. I think it's mostly because it's the fourth book in a series, and I'm like, yeah, you can read the other books in the series, but the first and the third books are just fine. The second and fourth books are like the two best fantasy novels ever written. I don't really think I'm wrong. I don't think I'm like exaggerating. I will be honest, I actually didn't like the first and third books very much. I had to like really slog through A Wizard of Earthsea. Tombs of Atuan and Tehanu are just like the best books ever, though. Like, they're insane. They're like Frankenstein tier. Like they're like that level good. Left Hand of... So there was the reason... So I was reading... There was a list that was published recently of the top 100 books written in English. Novels. Not books. Novels published in English, right? And as decided by... As voted on by a bunch of different authors and book critics, right? And the only Le Guin on there was Left Hand of Darkness. Was Left Hand of Darkness. I've been slowly working my way through reading every single thing that Le Guin wrote. And I do have to say that with the exception of Tehanu, the books that you have heard of by her are in fact actually the best ones. If like it's Lathe of Heaven, The Dispossessed, Left Hand of Darkness, those are actually like the really good ones. And then as you get more obscure, they are in fact worse. She did in fact grow. It's not even that she grew and developed as an author. It's that she has strengths and weaknesses as a writer, and some of her premises play better with her strengths and others than others do. Oh, Douglas Adams is incredible. Douglas Adams is probably the writer who has influenced my writing style the most. It's Douglas Adams and Quantum are the two writers who I write like the most. And I actually haven't read much Adams in a long time. He's just like really stuck in my head over the last, 50 years. So you miss deadlines? I do. I'm actually not too bad. I'm not too bad about deadlines, but I could be better. Well, it's the big thing on my writing style that he affected me with was I'm a big believer in the undersell, which is a really bad habit as a VTuber. It's a really terrible VTuber habit right there. Like that's a like arguably the stupidest thing that I could be, right? Is an underseller. But I love the undersell. I love I love to use completely inappropriate levels of emphasis and seriousness to the subject at hand. I think that is excellent. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, hello, happy Pride. Happy Pride. Happy Geezer Pride. Rips with gender fluid. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I'm going to say something extraordinarily non-confrontational, but still it kind of annoys me. I don't... Like, the reason why Terry Pratchett and a lot of people who do write books that are not explicitly or deliberately about transness end up writing very pro-trans and trans-feeling stories is that it's about change and growth, right? That's what it is, right? It's about changing to a better version of yourself. And that's a pretty normal thing to write about. And so I think it's very strange when people think that a cis person would find an explicitly trans story difficult to relate to. And I don't think that when people say that, they're thinking it through very hard. Because, like, The Matrix. Like, because The Matrix. Yeah, when a person becomes which is just like punkness, and that's a lot of how our culture in particular understands and perceives what authenticity is as a process, is that like the process of figuring out the ways in which you can disobey the social order is generally understood by us as being more authentic. Like, I don't think I'm wrong about that. Sorry, I got weirdly locked in on that E. That E's really good. That E turned out really fantastic. Yeah, Deacon, that's a great example. That's a great example. That's a great example. That's a fantastic example. I love that. Yes, yes. And as we're saying, Wayne, that like other cultures won't have this series of values, right? Other cultures won't have this notion that of noble non-conformity, right? It's very socially local. It has been how liberal societies have dealt with the problem of modernity, right? The fundamental problem of modernity is that between colonialism and the Industrial Revolution, the social order that European society was built around was unable, right, to continue to survive. And it had to be replaced with a new social order that had new mechanisms of dealing with issues. And this is what Durkheim talks about, Emil Durkheim talks about as organic and mechanical societies, is where I'm leaning into, is you don't necessarily have to do industrialism. That's not, Durkheim's theory is not meant to explain that, but it is meant to explain that there are mechanical and organic societies. And in this metaphor, what an organic society means is that the culture has a bunch of the different people and social roles in the society fit together like the organs of a living creature. Whereas in a mechanical society, the people fit together in the society not by fulfilling different social roles, but because everyone has the same social role. And in his case, what he was talking about was the culture that he was from. Durkheim was a French Jew. And so he was talking, when he was talking about mechanical societies, he was talking about the Jewish ghettos that he had grown up in and that he was familiar with. Those Jewish ghettos where there is basically only one job and everyone does it and everyone has very similar social roles with very minimal divisions and division of labor. That is what meant, that was a type of society to him that could maintain stability by everybody just kind of being the same. Also, hold on a second here. On the off chance that she's still awake. And then in an organic society, right, the different people all have different things that they are contributing to the society. And so those differences allow them to be stronger together than they would be if they were all the same. I talked about this earlier about comparative advantage and all that stuff. And this is how liberalism, right, like capital L liberalism has been able to survive in the face of the modern condition in a way that a lot of the alternatives have been substantially less effective and efficient at. I'm thinking here primarily of, theofascism, absolutist monarchy. Those would be the big ones I'm thinking about. Made you fall asleep? That's lovely. That's lovely. Please have a good night, day your turn. Please have a good night. I thought I was talking about a pretty stressful topic here, so that's pretty funny. Like people I end up becoming friends with, usually some flavor of neurodivergent. So here's a thing that I think about quite a bit, Xanadu, is that I have met only like 6. I've only met like 6 different astronomers in my life, and like 5 of them are non-binary. There seems to be something about contemplating the stars that causes people to lose their genders. Which I think is kind of funny. I don't know, like... Oh yeah, it's definitely not a circle, but it's, I think it's entirely possible that a lot of neurotypical people who should be trans are not willing to make the leap. If that makes sense. The phrasing I remember one trans person using was the hard-boiled egg. Which I think is a kind of funny etymology, but also feels really cruel. The void talks back to them? Maybe. Well, what I'm saying is I don't actually know what direction the causality is. I don't know if maybe there's a direction that causes... Maybe the direction is the other way, and being a non-binary person is the sort of thing that allows you to contemplate the stars at a greater depth. Yes, Quain, that is what I do think that that's true, is that once you're willing to accept one form of major nonconformity, other forms of major nonconformity feel more realistic. That is my main theory about the connection between autism and transness, as people often talk about it, is that if you are comfortable with breaking one set of norms, you learn to break the others. I think that's neat. I don't know. How are we doing on it? Oh, ads are starting, like, right now. I was like, oh, geez. They're on top of me. They are on top of me. We are going to go to the ads. I'm going to replace my water can. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, right, I'm back. Other but don't introspect are still there. Interesting. I'm going to say that I need to organize my stuff. We are looking at some dangerous levels of chaos over here. On the Almantas desk. We're looking at some very dangerous levels of chaos over here. I'm struggling to look at my own desk. At the moment. But you saying mankind shall rule the stars reminded me of something. Because we were talking a little bit about, science fiction works. And if you are a fan of interesting sci-fi that is very much about social issues, read To Like the Lightning. I'm going to type it in here. To Like the Lightning is a science fiction story. Yes, it is a catchy title. The kind of technology premise of it is that they have invented a type of car. In the future, some people invented a type of car that can get from one continent to another in minutes and uses almost no energy. Right? That's like your sci-fi magic bullshit thing. Is that getting from Europe to America is easier than me getting to a decent grocery store. And so, what does this do to society? And this dissolution of boundaries, and how do new boundaries arise in a world with that available? And the main character, it's one of these books that has a framing device. The framing device is that it is the recollections by a prisoner as part of his terms of service. And this prisoner was involved in major world-changing events. So this is functionally like an interrogation with this prisoner. And one of the things that's really interesting in this world is that it is dominated by non-binariness. It is functionally the entire world is functionally non-binary. And when the lead character describes a character using gendered pronouns, they apologize to the reader for like a while. It's like a 2-page long apology the first time it comes up. And then there's eventually a chapter that is from the perspective of the not from the perspective of, but it is written by his interrogator, his keeper in the prison, his jailer. And the jailer is like, I don't fucking understand Mycroft's obsession with giving people these gendered personal pronouns. It's really weird. I am sorry to everyone who is reading this. I am not going to remove it because I want people to have access to the raw text, but I don't want anybody to think that I am endorsing this ridiculous habit of using he and she. Which I think is pretty funny. To Like the Lightning. Sorry, I'm don't want to This ink is being temperamental. Much more so than the other ones. Oh, okay. Well, I already broke the streak. Yes, thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. That's so kind of you. That's really helpful. Yeah, Too Like the Lightning by Ada Palmer, who is primarily a historian. So the fact that she wrote four sci-fi novels, is pretty interesting, but she's a Renaissance historian. She's a Renaissance specialist. She wrote some really good blog posts about Machiavelli, who is like one of her main historical subjects is Machiavelli. Yeah, I read a book that kind of had that, where, J.Y. Yang's, fantasy series, the norm is that, the norm is that, people are non-binary until the age of like 12, and then they choose a gender. At like an adulthood ceremony. Hello, Onyx Tail. Hello, Onyx Tail. Also, Anne Leckie's book series, the Ankillery series. The default is non-binary in that series as well, but that's... I'm sorry, the default is all women. This is literally the wrong word. That's fine. This is scrap paper now. You go in the giant pile of scrap paper. Valuable to have a giant pile of scrap paper. But I should clean it up one of these days. I've made good progress on it. I should probably remove all the pieces of scrap paper that I'm not actually going to use. Because some of them are, like, damaged in ways that, like, make them not terribly useful. Hello, X-Kyle Blood Knight. Good to have you here. Potential cultural anthropology tie-ins as well. Yeah. In the case of the Ankillery series, it's a kind of interesting set of things. I don't think that series... I am not recommending it as strongly as Too Like the Lightning. The dominant imperialist power... everyone uses she, her. Even the people who just happen to have penises. They don't even remark on it. And it only gets remarked on when one of their subject cultures, who are not happy about being subjects, do have a distinction between he and she. And they're like, oh, these savages. These perverts. As an effect that I, from my historical standpoint, right, found actually a pretty interesting choice. Because the effect of this, right, of having this culture of... that has norms around gender that I think a lot of us would think are very woke, and then there's still brutal colonizers, I think is useful at giving the reader a little bit of a thrill of sympathy for those British imperialists. all these things that we associate with, these cultural markers that we still to this day associate with, superior culture, and that we are often quite sympathetic to, are the provenance and the domain of a bunch of brutal conquering slavers. So I think it's worth us inspecting about ourselves. They did something right this time, yeah. Well, and it's something I always try to like really emphasize when I talk about comparative culture and even political issues. That cultures are very large and complex. And by default, in every culture, people are creating beautiful art. Which means two things, right? Well, hello Arashi. Hello Arashi. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. I need to break this out periodically. 'Cause I'm pretty happy with this thing. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Yeah, the homie is actually an interesting example, right? The homie is a kind of like interesting culture in this conversation, where the homie, like it's kind of hard to separate out the Dahomey political organization from the slave trade, right? I don't actually know much about that one specifically. I am familiar with the homie as a. I need to make sure I'm not slandering a culture here. So I know that they are a post-Malian collapse, and I think the homie continued into the 19th century. I'm just trying to make sure that they're not pre-18th century. Yeah, they started in the 17th century. 17th century to 1904. Yeah. So the homie is one of these countries that arises in West Africa to serve the slave trade. That is their actual... Let me phrase this. Let me make sure I phrase this correctly. Dahomey would not have existed and survived without the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade required that the British, Portuguese, and French were able to find slaves on Africa, but they didn't actually send slave raiding parties themselves. In order for them to get those slaves, they weren't doing it themselves. They were buying, right? They were buying. And so the game that arises, the economic situation that arises in West Africa, is that the Europeans are willing to give you guns. Further north, actually, Onyx. The Europeans are willing to give you guns for slaves, which means that people, if your kingdom is a more compliant slave trading state, you get more guns. And this turns into a radical competitive advantage. So any state that was either unwilling or unable to get lots of guns is going to get, I believe the phrase that us gamers like to use, dumpstered. And the phrase that a evolutionary perspective might prefer is outcompeted by those who are more willing to, who are more enthusiastic and more compliant slavers. And so this produces a series of states on the coast, on the Atlantic coast of West Africa, that are primarily slavers economically. That is the center of their economy and their social order. In a way that we don't tend to get a lot of records for. This is actually a place where the West African case is actually relatively visible, because this isn't unique to West Africa, right? The extremity might be unique to West Africa, but like cultures who make a living by predating on their more militarily vulnerable neighbors in order to sell slaves to larger powers that have a very deep hunger for slaves, that's not unique to West Africa. I first learned about cultures like that in Southeast Asia, in Zomia. But we often don't have very many written records or observations about them. I don't think we have a ton of written records from Dahomey, but we do have a lot of written records about Dahomey. So they're relatively transparent to us in, I should say visible, not transparent, visible to us. Anyway, that's kind of the main context that I know Dahomey is, that they are this kingdom that exists primarily in the context of the transatlantic slave trade, and then suffers enormously with the collapse of the transatlantic slave trade. Oh god, it's been a while. I know the area, and I know who they were trading with. I'm just trying to remember who specifically was the ones getting the slaves. I'm going to struggle with this. Clara Clover, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow on this moment where I'm having a senior moment. God, I can see the map in my head. The book you want to read, Onyx Tale, is Political Organizations of Highland Burma. That would be what I would do if I really wanted to look up what the name of the culture was I would reread Political Organizations of Highland Burma, and probably the actual citation I might be thinking of might be in Seeing Like a States. Oh, thank you, Clara, thank you. You have reminded me. Hold on a second. Let me just finish off these last two letters. Because I like to make a little sheet to thank my raiders. Okay, let me get the black ink out of this before it dries up. Okay. Let me shout out my artists. That's the most important part. Political Organizations of Highland Burma is quite dated, but it's also quite good. But yes, my model was designed and drawn by Sensational. Pronounced like Clara? Okay. Actually, hold on, that doesn't help me, because I know people pronounce that name Clara and Clara. Sorry. Yes, yes. Yes, that is dated, it is highly academic, it is not necessarily the easiest read. So, you know, warning on that. But it's a good one. It's a good one. Interesting book. The guy who wrote it, if I recall correctly, was a World War II veteran who his service in World War II was training Burmese and Shan and Thai peoples in Southeast Asia to do commando operations against the Japanese. All right, we have quite a lot of raiders today. We have quite a few. It's Clara. Okay, okay. Clara. Okay, okay. Okay. That's probably the most intuitive to me. I don't know why that one was Clara, but... sorry. Apologies. Okay. I'm not sure about that one. Not sure about this. Okay, actually, here's a question for folks. Yeah, I love Sensational. Sensational's been a joy to work with. I'm gonna be blunt. Like this is not merely like I am happy with the art that I got. I really like him and I want him to succeed. So I feel very comfortable enthusiastically advertising for him. And I feel very, very grateful because I know quite a few people who have had less positive experience with their artists. Sensational's been a breeze to work with. I've gotten 2 models from him and a design. Because it's strictly like when I got this new one. Hold on, I may as well show it off because I've got 2 outfits, right? And it turns out that like we pretty much just did the entire model over for this outfit. Because the model that he first made wasn't set up to have clothing layers. So it was just like, let's... Oh, and the bow tie. I love the bow tie. I love this brick pattern on the bow tie. And underscore. Vexel underscore. Too wet. Ever had an ant farm? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's actually kind of weird. I've worked with animals a lot. And I'm vegan. I don't actually feel that intense about being around animals. I hope she doesn't mind me calling her out on this a little bit, but Beautiful Angel, I know, is the type of person who just seeing a dog makes her extremely happy. And I, for whatever reason, didn't develop this. I don't have this reaction. Yep. Okay, you don't mind me being accurate about that. Yeah. Nah, also 100% true. Good. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time with dogs in professional contexts. And so I kind of, my reaction to dogs is pretty neutral. I don't know, there's some dogs I like, there's some dogs I don't like. Most dogs I like. Most dogs I get along with. But, you know, I'm much less concerned about, like the dog doesn't, like, make me happy in and of itself, right? Animal care. Animal care. Not research. I am very, very grateful that whatever combination of twists and turns I've made in my life have meant that I have never been professionally obligated to perform medical experiments on animals. I would really struggle a lot, I think, if I had. I don't think I would. I don't know. I don't think I would deal well with that. Because growing up, you didn't have pets. Okay, yeah, I grew up with a lot of pets, so to me, they're not. Interesting. I have been bit by dogs a lot. I have been bit by dogs a lot. Only one bad time. Most of the time it was not a big deal.
I am here to abuse my mod power.
What do you need to? What part of your mod power
nothing,
do you need
absolutely
to
nothing. I'm
okay.
using my mod power to insist upon myself, just like
Gotcha.
good literary fiction.
Gotcha. Hold on a second. Let me change the stream title because I was prepared. I was really expecting Miss Noir to show up because she was like, "Hey, are you hanging out with people?" And me and Noir have been talking a bunch about games.
Mm-hmm. I think she is very asleep right now.
Yeah, I think she's very asleep by now. I think I missed the boat by like half an hour.
It's good because she's been having trouble sleeping due to allergies mostly. Naga's having the same problem in her corner of the woods.
Okay.
So
I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping, but on different bases. Last night I got decent sleep. But but over the weekend I got like nothing. Okay, I'm doing Igner. But yes, welcome in.
I like the ink that you used there.
This blue? Oh, for Vexel?
No,
for Vexel.
I mean, I like the... Yeah.
The purple.
Vexel, right. I just can't read. Don't worry about that.
No, don't worry about it. No, our X's and R's are weird in Gothic. I mean, again, you know, I think that people here have heard this a million times, but I do see some new faces. Gothic is, in fact, harder to read. That is not actually just, like, a literacy issue. We stopped using Gothic in no small part because it is harder to read.
Yeah, it's the orthography of the font is actually, like, harder to parse.
It is harder to parse. It is not designed for some letters that we use pretty commonly, like
X.
Like X and Y. And you know, I and J are not different letters. L and M and N are the really brutal ones in Gothic. I'm also doing some things to actually make it easier for our reading. Like, you don't need to dot I's in Gothic. I'm dotting the I's for like your sake.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so it's slightly
like if I was trying to read this like it was just a cursive script, right? What I would read here is Daryl.
Yep.
Probably cafe still, but
yeah, I could also see this as being read as like like EFA.
Yeah. I could see that. I could see that. If I wasn't primarily an English speaker, that would probably be where I would have gone.
Yep. Spiritually feels like an F. See. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's we lost aura with the change. I mean, the thing, right, is that Gothic is intended for a literary culture where the production of the baseline minimum cost of producing a book is very, very high. And so the amount of different books that a person is going to read in their life or over a time frame is really, really small.
Chihuahuas are demon beasts, by the way, Gwen. That's just it. Chihuahua. They're talking about dogs and small dog aggression in chat. Chihuahuas are like the most aggressive, like one of the most aggressive animals on the planet. They are so aggressive.
I've mostly had good experiences with dogs, which I think. I'm sorry, with Chihuahuas specifically. I think this might just be downstream of me being an extremely chill person. That is easy to get along with.
It may also be that the dogs have been very well socialized, right? Chihuahuas also have far more dog aggression than they do people aggression.
I could believe that. The one breed of dog I have consistently had problems with is Chow Chows. Which is not great because they're not small. I did not like working with Chows. But yeah, I mean, I had a dog for a while. One of my roommates had a dog, so it became my dog by extension. And who was a Chihuahua, who was a rescue and had an interesting behavioral issue, where she was perfectly fine with humans, and absolutely despised all other dogs to a maximal extent. I worked with hundreds of dogs. This dog, if she got within 5 feet of another dog, or 20 feet of another dog, honestly, she would try to kill it. Full fight mode, 100% send, no warning, right? Like, no warning behaviors at all. Full going to kill them. My belief is that this dog, because she would do this to like mastiffs and bulldogs.
Yeah.
Like, I remember walking her, and there were 2 times where I did not catch her before she found the dog. One time was because it was at night and the dog was black and not leashed, and so I did not even see the dog until my dog was biting her. The other time was like I turned a corner and this guy had a like some sort of extraordinarily large bulldog. And my dog, this Chihuahua, that's like a pretty large for a Chihuahua, but still only like 10 pounds, is just biting this dog like crazy. And this bulldog just looks at her like she's the stupidest thing on the planet. Like the same level, like the same expression that I give to, like, I can't even think of it, like a toddler trying to fight me. And fortunately did not bite her. I believe that this dog, who passed away a couple years ago, was trying to go to Doggy Valhalla.
I see.
That is my hypothesis, that this dog had a concept of Valhalla that she was trying to achieve.
I see. I mean, Chihuahuas are also extremely territorial, and they're also very, 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 very loyal.
Yeah.
Right? They're very, very loyal dogs, right? Because of, like, basically what they're for, right? And these combined tends to them being, like, very dog aggressive, right? Or animal aggressive in general. Like, do not get near my human, that's mine. Mine. Right? And it's like, with dogs, right? Obviously, they still have personalities and stuff. Dogs aren't just, like, you know, programmed. That's not how it works.
No,
but breeds do have typicalities, and it's not always, like, sociological, so to speak, right? A lot of it is just, like, behaviors that are kind of, like,
idiosyncratic
or typical for the breed, right? Like a really good example is herding dogs, right? Herding dogs will herd even if they've never seen a sheep in their life. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's very difficult to train like a setter or something like that out of instinct to, like, herd people.
Yeah. And it's ooh, that's pretty brutal, Hawk Oddly. That's pretty bad. I do have a hypothesis that adders. I'm gonna fall on what Adders said. And, I don't know, right? Because I've worked with animals, but I didn't work at, like, a policy level. I walked dogs and stuff like that because it was money that I could make. And if you don't mind getting bit by dogs or cleaning up dog poop, people will pay you for that, even if you don't have a lot of relevant skills. And I have this hypothesis that I suspect a lot of dogs that are of larger breeds that are mean and aggressive just get put down.
That is true.
I don't know that, but I have a suspicion that, like,
part of that is because they are remarkably more dangerous, right?
Yeah.
A German Shepherd or a what are they called? The mountain dogs.
Bernese
attacks people. Yeah, the Bernese.
That
attacks people is going to kill people, like, inevitably.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And the thing is, like, it's also just reputational, right? If we want to talk about the sociology of it. Like, people act like bulldogs and German Shepherds and stuff are, like, aggressive, awful animals. Like, they're dangerous in that regard, like, inherently. And the thing specifically about German Shepherds is that they are working dogs. All working dogs are dangerous. Right? Like, they are breeds of dogs that have been trained to have utility in war and hunting. Of course, they're dangerous. And, like, but the type of dog that doesn't get nearly as much, like, attention in this regard as, like, dangerous is livestock guardian dogs. Because livestock guardian dogs were bred and, like, kind of genetically engineered, so to speak, right? To fight wolves, coyotes, foxes, and bears.
Yeah.
So, like the Aka Inu, right?
Yeah.
They're an anti-bear dog. That's, like, part of what they're for, right? And so, like, the difference is, right, these dogs are seen as, like, friendly and peaceful more so because they haven't been, like, treated in media like they're dangerous Nazi animals, like the German Shepherd has, right?
Yeah.
There's also the what's the other one? The other Japanese dog, the Akita.
Yeah.
Right? Akita are one of the most dangerous dogs in the world. They are super fucking dangerous. They're also like pretty easy to train because they're working dogs. And as long as you know how to work with a working dog, they actually can be trained very, very well. Unlike ratters, right? Working dogs like schnauzers that predominantly were for like ratting on ships or ratting on farms, right?
Yeah.
Are notoriously like have more behavioral issues because they are so independent.
Yeah.
Right, because they are meant to be basically let loose to run around the property and kill rats, right? Similar to like huskies. Huskies have notorious behavioral issues.
Yeah, they tend to be anxiety balls. Yeah.
The
only dog that I worked with that was genuinely male aggressive was a husky, which was not great. That was not a good day at work.
Huskies are kind of nightmare animals in a lot of ways. They're really good pets, but they're also like really a handful, right? It's like
I love them. So I was very sad that I couldn't that I couldn't use one, that I couldn't like be friendly with that one. But she was not having it. I actually don't know what a lot of animals were
Dalmatians are herders. They're herders and hunting dogs.
That makes the most sense to me. An interesting behavioral
really
thing.
big.
An interesting behavioral thing that I noticed with the dogs I worked with. By the way, the wrong Alice. I'm doing. You are here. You are on the raid sheet.
Nice teal.
Yeah,
nice
I like
teal.
this teal. I like teal in general.
The
designated
right?
the designated favorite color of men everywhere.
I have a passionate hatred for teal because of the teal color in Warcraft 3 being so goddamn ugly. It looks like spoiled Play-Doh. Looks like moldy Play-Doh. It's such an ugly color.
That's not all teals. That's that teal.
No, this one's very nice. This one's very pretty.
Yeah.
It has like a very nice gemstone color.
Yeah, the turquoise.
Dalmatians, the interesting thing about Dalmatians, I actually know like a tremendous amount about dog breeds for like no good reason. Right? Like I actually do not have a reason for this. There is no reason that I've researched this as much as I have. I don't even particularly like dogs.
Yeah, similar to me not generally liking biology, then spending like hours and hours on Wikipedia reading the Wikipedia articles on mass extinction events.
Yeah.
Because I didn't feel like doing my job.
But so Dalmatians have a really interesting use in history, which is that they were what's known as a coach dog. A coach dog was a dog that would run alongside a horse-drawn carriage to clear out foxes and other animals that might get in the way and trip up the horses. Or cause problems with the wheels, right?
Yeah.
Very interesting. So Dalmatians are known for actually being really good as farm dogs because they're so good with horses and other livestock, especially horses. Though, it's pretty interesting, in my opinion. It's like I kind of find like the selective breeding of like dogs and cats pretty fascinating from like I guess I'd call it a eugenics perspective, but you know, that whole concept is like bad news.
Yeah.
But I find it interesting to see like, why does this animal behave like this? Well, because this is what it did historically. It's similar to how so many animals have what we call tiger trauma. Right? So they don't like being places where they might get got by a tiger. There's also a lot of animals that have, well, crocodile trauma. Yeah. A lot of the theories around thalassophobia specifically are that, you know, our ancestors had pretty severe crocodile trauma, right? Given where we likely emerged from, it makes a lot of sense, right? Tiger trauma, crocodile trauma, right? Fear of the dark is tiger trauma. Fear of the water is crocodile trauma, right? And like I find this stuff interesting, mostly because of how strongly like I find evolutionary psychology and eugenics studies fairly interesting, entirely because of how strongly they prove how much agency we actually have.
Ah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
this is like my philosophical angle here, which is like, yeah, you might scratch yourself for no good reason, but like you can then think about that and recognize why you're scratching yourself and stop yourself from doing it. That's the big part, right? Like this is what I tend to find very interesting about like behaviors that may be so ingrained in us that we are born knowing how to do them, right? Born like inclined towards them, as opposed to like learning them in infancy or very early childhood.
Yes,
That's speech, right? We don't know how to speak, but we do know how to cry.
True.
Right? And the thing that's very interesting about it is that we as animals have such high self-awareness that we are able to recognize what behaviors of ours are outside of our control and then formulate strategies to control those behaviors, which is like very interesting. That we're capable of that, right?
Yeah. Oh. Well, and I have a kind of related interest in a benighted and ill-reputed subfield of academia, which is game theory.
Yes.
And specifically game theoretic simulations and test experimental game theory. Right, because if we can use a theory, so what I'm talking about is it is a fairly common thing in game theory, and we'll talk about what game theory is in a little bit if anybody's confused. That you will create little bots, like lines of code, and give them some game theory rules and see what behaviors emerge and which ones turn out to be optimal when you are actually running a series of experiments and not just like saying what you think would match up with your game theory. Okay? So where I find this quite interesting, let me take a big ol' sip here.
Sippy.
Where this, sippy though.
Sippy though.
Where this gets pretty interesting to me is that, so if you can do that, right? Oh crap, you're about to go to bed? Well, you stayed up long enough to see your name here, but please have a good night, Alice. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for entrusting your community with me, and have a lovely night. That if we can recreate a behavior inside with little game theoretical robots that, you know, don't have genetics and don't have like all these various biological constraints, that means we don't even need a biological explanation for it, that behavior. That behavior is so simple, it is sub-biological. It is encoded within the math of incentives. And the part about this that I found most interesting was one game theoretic simulation running The Prisoner's Dilemma produced suicide bombers.
Yes.
That's weird. It's
fairly weird, though, from my perspective as the psychologist in the room, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not as weird to me as it is to you, because I'm quite familiar with, like, look, if you have enough people and you run enough simulations on those people, basically, you will eventually produce somebody who's like, fuck your simulation.
Yeah.
Right? You will eventually produce somebody who, out of spite and defiance and opposition to there being a system, will become self-destructive and try to take everybody with them, right? You will eventually, after maybe a couple thousand people, you'll run into maybe one person who has that in some degree, and after a few tens of thousands of people, you'll probably run into somebody who is actually self-destructive.
Well, here's how it looked to me, because I'll spell out a little bit more what the way the simulation worked was, which was that different teams, right? Like this was a competition, and different teams would submit like 50 bots to this giant thing that ran thousands and thousands of Prisoner's Dilemmas tests. And the bots, you know, you'd have bot 1A and 1B and 1C, and they'd all be from from bots. Hawk, oddly, I can talk about the Millennium Challenge at great length, but we're not gonna. We'll get to that later. The part that wound up happening here was that one team that did produce a winning strategy in one of these tournaments had a. So the bots don't actually know who each other are, right? Like the bots get anonymized once they're inside the simulation, but they run the code that they have. And they included a code in that for figuring out which bot is which. Because they get anonymized when they enter, but they don't remain anonymized. Because that's the whole point of the prisoner's dilemma, is figuring out how betrayal works. If you know somebody has a history of betrayal, do you treat them the same way as a person who has a history of dealing with you honestly? And what they did was they invented a handshake. That would cause you to identify a person as a member of your team. Okay? It was anonymized, but they figured out a way to break the anonymity. And then once they had gotten far enough to figure out what that handshake was, which is like 5 rounds of Prisoner's Dilemma with a very bad strategy, like all of them ran the same bad strategy like 5 times in a row for the first 5 rounds, and then they all kind of activated a subroutine. And one part of that subroutine would just try to maximize their own points, and the other group in that subroutine were just suicide bombers and just did everything to undermine every other player in the game and then feed as many points to the designated winners of their group.
Right.
And so what this proposes is an adaptation not at an individual level, but at the group level. An adaptation at the group level for groups who are able to convince members of their community to make sacrifices for the greater good. Which is something that's like kind of obvious, but it's good to have a confirmation that you can do it with lines of code.
One thing about this as well, however, is that it's also that it's just kind of this is actually just a competitive strategy that is so strong that it's usually against the rules.
Yes, true. They even tried to make it against the rules in a way. They just figured out a way to like make it not against. They just figured out a way to undermine the rules as written.
Well, specifically the suicide bombers trying to put certain people on the top, basically, right? The suicide bombers, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
This is something that in most like forms of competition is like kind of not allowed.
Yeah.
Right?
Throwing and kingmaking, yeah,
throwing and kingmaking, exactly. And there's a reason. Oh, I really like that ink.
Yeah, this one's good. This one's gold.
It's very pretty.
It's pooling a little bit.
But yeah, no. And so like the thing I'd want to see is a little bit more examination of specifically like how this came about. And whether it approximates the actual human psychology in any meaningful way.
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
actual behaviors, or whether it's just an expression of a extremely viable competitive strategy, right?
I think I would say that the game theoretic answer to that, and the answer that I would probably think about is that's a question for further development, but not necessarily what they found super interesting. Because the part that is interesting, of course, is kind of what you alluded to. Right, which is demonstrating that this strategy is so transcendentally viable and strong that you arrive at it through all sorts of insane ways.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, part of that is also that one thing about this strategy and its strength is that it only kind of works if there's only one winner.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or if it's a hierarchy of some sort, or if there's like a leaderboard. If your goal is have a functioning community, this isn't really necessarily the way to go, right?
Well, this is the thing that I think about. We're about to go to ad, but this is a thing that I think about as a huge weakness to my way of thinking about games like Civilization. And even Paradox games, but to a lesser extent, which is that they try to get you into the mindset of what it takes to be like a winning leader in a lot of societies and like in historical situations and all this stuff. But the truth of the matter is that there isn't winning.
Yeah.
History doesn't have winning. It just has survival.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
There is, like, you can lose. Losing is real, but winning is not. And so
what we define as winning is the lack of loss.
Yeah, is that you made it through. Okay. We are going to go to ads. I'm going to throw us to the fan art gallery. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'll see you soon. Hey, we're back. Thank you for your patience, folks. Thank you for your patience. Let's well, and adders, I don't know if I would say that, like, territorial expansion leads to inevitable decline so much as just everything dies, big or small.
This is true.
Yeah. So one day, this planet will die, right? As massive as Earth is, it will die. Chances are quite likely, based on our understanding of physics, that the universe will die. The whole concept of the universe will die, possibly even the concept of time itself, which is a little bit spooky to think about.
Mm-hmm.
But
one thing that kind of bugs me about, you were talking about 4X games, Paradox games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
One thing that kind of has always bugged me about these games is that these games are like leadership simulators.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they don't really want you to be a good leader. They want you to be a successful commander.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it feels like, right?
Well, it's a little bit. Yeah.
I find that a little, like, it feels like there's missing. Like, it feels like there's ground that could be covered there that nobody seems to have any interest in covering.
I think there's a lot of ground to be covered there. I'm gonna approach it from a critical lens. I'm going to approach it from a bit of a critical lens here, which is to as in looking at it from, like, what I think they are doing, and not looking at, like, a constructive way to engage with it. Just being a negative little Nancy here. I think a lot of the time this is an engagement with a soft version, or maybe just a weak version, of Great Man Theory of History. Which, okay. Great Man Theory of History, right, is not merely that there are people in history who are unusually powerful and unusually important, and that their personalities are worth studying and important to study to understand the what they did and what their effect was. Hello, Sybil. But that these men who are, their greatness is measured in what I would describe as the scale at which they render men unto ghosts. Which is a phrasing I took from a webcomic that Mikks likes quite a bit more than I do. I still think that's a banger line. Even if
the truth is, I think the only reason why I like it more than you do is because I have much higher affinity to the actual, like, art form of comics, other than just seeing comics as scripts with pictures.
Oh, see, I thought it was because you had a much higher tolerance for things like tournament arcs.
Oh, no, I hate tournament arcs.
All right.
No, I like the heist arc a lot.
The heist arc is pretty fun. I'm the main arc I like is the first palace arc. That part I really liked.
Yeah.
But also, hello, Wea Biscuit. Good morning. But yeah, the claim, the sort of underlying historical thing happening within Great Man Theory of History is that these men, we are talking about our Alexanders and our Napoleons, are also worthy of emulation. That it is not merely that they cut an impressive figure, but that their greatness in terms of, creating mountains of skulls is a greatness in general endeavors. It's like Plutarch, right? This is like Plutarch kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
men will really tell you, you got to be a man, you got to stand for yourself, don't listen to anybody else, and then tell you that you should be exactly like Spartacus.
Yeah, and it's in fairness, Spartacus, Proto John Brown is a little bit more sympathetic to me than Julius Caesar.
Yeah. I'm mostly just making a point that guys really like talking about what individual free thinkers they are, and then simultaneously saying that you should be exactly like some historical figure.
Yeah, but
and taking all of their talking points from that historical figure.
Yeah, so there's like a stronger / dumber version of we were talking about great man theory of history, and I am using it as a bit of a critique of games like Civilization, and the this is I think a little bit like you said. It's like they're so much of the gameplay is about being a commander rather than a leader in a way that I think is much more comprehensible to, me and Mikks do have a bit of a not directly shared, but indirectly shared history in left-wing politics. Yes. And I think that to the types, when we talk to people who know this history and know these political systems, we are not used to hearing the idea. It would be strange to me, I should say. Oh, I have exactly enough lines for this. As long as nobody else raids, we are going to have exactly enough space. I might kill raids. I should kill raids. I'm gonna kill raids. Stop raids. So that this doesn't get messed up. Because otherwise, this is going to be a really beautiful sheet, and if another person raids, I'm gonna get fucked up. This is called having commitment to art, folks.
Yes, indeed.
It's called being an artist and not just a clout chaser. So this is the reason why that Civilization kind of winds up like this, is that their notion of who a great leader is, and you can see this from who they choose to be great leaders, is stuff like Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, right? Those are very common ones, and it's, again, to those of us who have more of a grounding in history and politics, this is a strange way to contextualize and rate excellence. You know what? I am actually going to break out an actual orange here so that I can give Strawberry Stardust a red. But this is to my mind and my eyes, like, being a great leader is often about accepting a high degree of lack of control and about inspiring people to behave in ways that they would otherwise not behave. I give Mao Zedong a lot of credit for being an exceptionally skilled military commander, but the actual heart and soul of him being the engine of his success was not his ability to order around units on a map. It was his ability to articulate a vision for a future that was better than the one that was being offered by his rivals. Mm-hmm. That is his actual real success story, is that Mao Zedong is much more so than almost anything else a sexy murder poet, to use Liam Coffey Bright's parlance, which I always think is a kind of fun one. And anyway, I think that this is why Civilization ends up being that way, is that their notion of, France is great, France is a great power and is a powerful country and a culture that people admire because it is the type of culture that creates Napoleon Bonaparte and allows Napoleon Bonaparte to thrive, which to my small r Republican Democratic lefty ass is some fucking bonkers shit to say.
Yeah.
Like that is wild to my ears. That doesn't even make
your raid shield, by the way, has already blocked one raid.
Was it Kari?
Yep.
Nice. I was gonna raid her. She was gonna be my raid target. I actually I was kind of expecting her to raid me when I saw that she went online before I did. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have enough space. But, shit. I was wondering if I would be willing to make an exception for Hikari Charybdis.
She already found a different target.
Okay, so. Cool. Excellent. There. Resolved my problem.
I was gonna say, you know what would actually be kind of an interesting like narrative structural thrust for a game like this? A game where what you have to do is build a religion.
Ooh.
But you're actually scored on how good your religion is at not creating zealots, at motivating people without creating zealots, right? Like, you are negatively scored if you start a fucking holy war. I think, or if your followers start a holy war. I think that could be kind of interesting as a, this is a bit of a Euro strategy game core thing, right?
I actually like this a lot because there are a couple of games I can think of out there that are kind of about founding and starting religions. And in them, the norm is that devastating, brutal holy wars are just like a tool.
Yes.
They're just like a tool that you use. And I do think that would be kind of interesting. I think it would be interesting to see the ways in which that would antagonize people, because like it's kind of you're kind of making a bit of a historical claim, right? Inside of that Christianity is a pretty unsuccessful religion. I think that's kind of interesting.
So, yes. I would argue that all of the Abrahamic religions. So sorry to again, if for those of you who don't know me at your chat, but for those of you who don't know me, I have relatively significant theological certifications. Right, I am not a religious man at all, but I find religion very fascinating. I know a lot about the Abrahamic religions, and I'm qualified to act as a religious officiant for all three of the big ones, right? Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, right? And I would argue that, well, by my standards of a successful religion, right? And it should be noted that my standard of a successful religion is like Quakerism.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I was going to mention that you grew up Quaker if you didn't.
Yes. I was also raised Quaker, right? So for those of you who aren't familiar with Quakerism, Quakerism is a Protestant religion that is primarily concerned with humility, nonviolence, and democratic problem solving, right? Those are the main tenets of Quakerism. Also, honesty.
I was about to bring up. You forgot to mention the vow of truth.
Yes, the vow of truth is one of the most important factors, right? I'm Mikks, by the way. Hi.
Yes, this is Mikks.
Not to be confused with Mickey.
Yes. Yes, I love this orange so goddamn much. This orange is great. But yeah, keep going.
The orange is really pretty. It's like a gorgeous color.
There's a reason why I have like 3 bottles of this thing. It's great.
Yeah. Very, very August, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But so the thing I'm getting at here, or that I'm trying to build up to here, is that if you're asking me for my perspective as somebody who is not a complete neophyte at this stuff, right? I'm by no means the Pope, but I by no means do not have half my life spent studying doctrine and religious scripture and stuff. But all of the texts of the major articles of faith from the big Abrahamic religions have a lot to say about how it's a pretty bad thing to go kill people and start wars.
Oh, good.
They have a lot of things about how it's not a great thing, such a great thing to have, like, I don't know, massive inequity in your society, or and how kings should humble themselves before God.
Yeah.
And given that this does not seem to be the way of life for the majority of people in any of these faiths, nor is it the primary teachings of the church, or any of the churches, they mostly seem to be more concerned with themselves as political entities than they are with themselves as officiants of the faith. I feel that they've been successful as business, but I'm not sure they've been successful as faith, as religion, right? Because by my standard, a successful religion lives up to its ideals. And so I think it would be very interesting to characterize the goals of a religion in a game, I generally think it would be interesting to have more strategy games about making the world a better place and not about winning wars.
Yep.
Right?
I have been thinking about this a bit. I've even been off and on thinking a little bit about a particularly odd thought I've been having, which is, can I make a war game where you don't kill anybody?
Mm-hmm.
And the closest I've been able to come up with a concept for this is the two players are running for office.
That's a very interesting idea.
Yeah. And it's about sending out your get out the vote guys. Right? I'm thinking like local elections, not like national elections. It's about, winning block by block and street by street. Over to your side. Your followers following your tenets instead of
it's obeying the spirit of the law instead of the letter, right? And I find that really fascinating because, okay, so another thing about me is that I have a ton of fucking experience administrating online communities. Like, I have a ton. I have a lot. And you know what the number one fucking argument that comes up, other than the stupid ones that we're not going to get into? What even is the spirit of the law? How do you judge somebody's intent? Well, by their behavior.
Yeah.
Right? The truth is, their heart doesn't matter. Right? What matters is how they behave, and how they behave when they're told they've done something wrong. Right? When you deal with this. So, like, I think there's actually a pretty interesting set of, like, gameplay principles here that could be implemented. Where it's like, you have to understand how to correct errors without just using force.
Yes.
Because that, in my experience anyways, and I know there are philosophies that disagree with me on this, and I accept that they're valid philosophies, right? Even though I am very pacifistic myself, so it's hard for me to ethically condone we should just at gunpoint take away all the billionaires' monies or whatever, right? But even if I don't think that they should have all the monies, right? But I feel that when you resort to, I must force you to obey me, I must force you to cooperate, at some level, that's an admission that your system has failed. Right? I feel that it is a failure of the system that you are supposed to be trying to make work for people, right? Work for society. Make, govern society, so to speak. If your actual response to regular problems with the system being dealt with force is to use more force. Right? I have my own complex series of thoughts about force and power, but yeah, keep going. I think we're probably
we're not that far apart. We're not super far apart.
We're not that far apart. I have an ideological perspective, which is not my pragmatic perspective, right? Because I do believe that self-defense is necessary, right? And I have a fairly generous definition of what that actually is. But my actual thing is that I would like if, from the perspective of like violence and non-violence and the use of force and the production of power, right? I would like if at least the idea that the people with the ability to utilize force had about it was, it is tragic that we have to do this.
That if we ever actually had the more in sorrow than in anger knee breakers as an actual phenomenon, as opposed to just something that we talk about in literature and then pretend that we've seen.
And then it's not true.
Yeah.
If we actually had people who were just like, because if you have that as the standard, if you have that as the value that is held, that vastly increases the amount of effort people will go to avoid using force, because they really genuinely don't want to. It's not something that they're just like, well, it's expedient, so we got to do it. Right? Yeah. Like, that's the pragmatism that I find kind of worrying. It's the very, oh, well, everything is so time sensitive that we have to use the most expedient solution all the time.
Dangerous.
Sort of,
That's how you get really bad
dangerous,
results all the time. Yeah.
Yes. Sometimes it's the only way. Sometimes the actual danger is so immediate that you have to do it, right?
Yeah.
Like a bear is trying to kill you, right?
Yeah.
But that I don't think that situation is nearly as common as people want you to believe it is, right?
No. It's the reason why we talk about so goddamn much is that it would be really convenient. I'm going to be so fucking on brand here. It is because if the solution to your problem is to punch it, beat it, and shoot it, that's a very gender affirming.
Yes, indeed.
Series of solutions. If the solution to your problem is to kill a person and exert your violent will upon the world, your gender performance has been rendered not just gendered, but morally righteous. Something that you wanted to do because it proved that you were cool and badass has now been elevated. That's the reason why we talk about so fucking much.
Yeah. Perhaps even more importantly than thinking it's cool, right? Which is important, don't get me wrong. People think that that's really important to what motivates men especially, but people in general. It's also really convenient when your immediate instinct and the thing that you are rewarded for by people around you are the same.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's really nice. It's really convenient to have your emotional instincts reaffirmed by reality.
Yeah.
And I think that is the reason why we, especially men like you and I, but men in general and women and everybody, really, adults, need to be very critical of things that we find emotionally convenient.
I'll put it back. So, I thought you had gone to bed, Alma. But yes, there you are. There you are. I will take a picture and post it on socials, hopefully in a timely fashion. Really I've been bad about posting my post stream stuff for a couple of weeks, so sometimes they fall a little bit by the wayside. But I will try and make sure this one goes up within the next 24 hours. I do have one more thing I want to do during this stream in terms of calligraphy, but I'll hopefully be able to do it somewhat quickly, which is that friend of the show, Uji, just had a birthday, so I want to get her birthday. I want to get a little happy birthday Uji on the screen. But yes. No, you should. I'm with Mikks on this one, right? That it is, if something that you wanted to do for reasons that have nothing to do with moral righteousness turn out to be, other people tell you they are morally righteous, you should be suspicious, right? This is how you get fucking Samuel Bankman-Fried.
Yes.
Like, this is how he comes about, is that he met some fucking guru ass motherfucker who told him that actually doing things that are nice for people is a sucker's game. That if you want to improve the world, the best way that you can improve the world, Mr. Bankman-Fried, is to make billions of dollars and then give it away when you die.
This is a very common capitalist sort of like trap, so to speak, right?
Trick. Yeah, it's a trick.
Yeah.
It's a joker's trick. And that is the sort of thing that should tell you that even if they've got some, like in the cases of, Samuel Bankman-Fried, not entirely insane set of arguments, but still one that you should be deeply, deeply suspicious of. And yes, Hawk Oddly, yeah. Hello, Kari Kari. Oh, thank you for the 8 months, Kari Kari. Once again, this is a viewer-supported stream. Well, months. This is a viewer-supported stream. These subscriptions and donations are what keep me alive. So it is very, very generous and kind of you. Can you handle the shoutouts? Oh, I'm fiddling. Yeah, I'm fiddling with pen.
Wow, it's almost like I have like some sort of incentive to pay attention to Kari and give her shout outs and channel when she shows up.
Kari is the shrimp of streams. She is a dear friend, and she is incredibly brilliant in ways that are very, very different from the forms of intelligence that me and Mikks engage with. So I recommend her.
In a lot of ways, kind of similar as well, though.
In some ways similar. I still, yeah, but it's honestly the place where it becomes the most apparent and obvious to me is the puns.
Oh yeah, I mean, I make a lot of puns too. Just nobody pays attention to mine.
I don't know. I don't notice them at all. Yeah, I
know. I make like probably about 3 puns a sentence, and nobody notices them. So they're probably just too obscure.
Entirely possible. They're puns I haven't heard of yet.
Yeah,
they've got a girlfriend in Canada. But yes. Also, I don't know. I'm incentive. I always feel like, particularly when I'm on stream, I'm always like hyper literal because the alternative is actually kind of funny here. Slightly non-expedient. It's more expedient for me to just be hyper literal until people told me that I just got these nuts. Nando, thank you for the 23 months. I didn't get to say it because Mikks was making an important point and then I forgot because I'm a dipshit. I feel like I should turn off the sound alert for that one. They've made at least it jump scares me. Nando is also a very good friend. He is one of the best Go players in Europe, among other things. And Mikks, not Mikks, Nando, one of the people who raided me, I believe Mikks VT, was playing Go. Let me think about this. Who raided me? Vexel Cafe. I think it was
Mikks. Yeah,
I think it was Mikks. Let's do a. Let's do a test. Let's do an experiment here. Mikks underscore VT. Oh, Vexel. It might have been Vexel. I'll check Vexel then.
Yeah.
Vexel at Vex.
Yeah, I think it was Vexel actually.
Well, we can test it, right? Yes, it was Vexel. It was Vexel. Yes. Oh, so you know them already. Wow. I can't surprise you with anything. I'm never ahead of Nando. Nando's always ahead of the curve. Dang.
Intelligentsia's got you pinned.
Yeah. Nando's Portuguese. He's extremely Portuguese. You're okay, Galaxy Wolfstar. No need to worry.
I should play Go.
I have played one game of Go in the last 10 years. It was on Nando's stream. And I don't remember the exact score, but I absolutely slaughtered Inari Rage.
Yeah. That actually does kind of make sense. Inari, well, very smart. Doesn't really have a puzzle brain.
No. She's not as much of an optimizer.
She's too language oriented. I wonder how well she'd do it like Xeno translation games and stuff like that, actually.
Oh, see, I was thinking a game style that I'm kind of curious to see how she would perform at is Among Us.
Oh, yeah. Like social deduction games. I think she'd actually be like frighteningly good at those.
I think she would be frighteningly good, yeah. I think she'd actually be quite good.
Against Inari, actually. Did you watch her weird-ass backroom stream? With Mark?
A little bit. I was on it briefly, but I was like in the middle of me doing other stuff, so I didn't catch all that. Okay, so I should go and watch the VOD, is what you're saying.
You should watch the VOD. It was really funny, like top tier performances from everybody involved.
Morp is so fucking good for a guy who basically never streams. He's a terrifyingly talented guy.
He's really talented. No, Inari was off her shit on that.
Oh hell
yeah! She was kind of trying to emulate the Morp.
Oh.
Right.
Oh.
The joke was that they swapped bodies.
Yeah.
So she was being aggressively Morp-like.
Oh.
Which is
Oh,
extremely funny.
That's extremely funny. Morp is... I'm assuming you mean in terms of on-screen performance and not doing Morp's other habit of saying, hold on, I need to be right back, and then leaving for 45 minutes.
Yes, no.
I
mean specifically the somewhat more unhinged on-screen performance that Morp has compared to another.
Morp is a menace. I love that guy. I should do another boys' night with Morp.
Funny.
Yeah.
He's real funny.
He's real funny. Yes. Yeah, I think Inari would be. Yeah, I think I would be pretty bad at social deduction games. I never play them because I don't like lying to people.
I'm so at them. You know what's weird? I'm better at social deduction games the less well I know the people involved.
That actually makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'd probably for the same reasons like I would say it is, which is that it's way harder for me to lie to people that I care about.
See, there's also a thing that happens that I have that's like a bit of a skill that anybody in the social sciences kind of picks up, which is learning how to anticipate and slot into people's existing stereotypes about you.
Not disrupting their models.
Yep. That's one way to put it. I would just call it fitting in. Would be a very simple way to put it. But that's a skill that you pick up in the social sciences. Yeah.
I think this is a little bit of a difference between your sociological perspective and my psychological perspective again, actually, which is funny because the reason why I wouldn't use the word fitting in there is because when you say people's perception of view, you're talking about society's perceptions of view. People in general.
Yes.
And what I'm thinking about is each individual person's perception of view. Right? When I think about this, I think about how do I not disrupt the model of Al or Kari of my personality because doing so disrupts their trust in me. Right? It can be damaging to trust to be too disruptive of somebody's understanding of who you are, right? And what you're about, which is very frustrating to me at a certain level because I don't like being predictable and I don't like being predicted. So I have to fight down the urge on a regular basis not to just go completely off the cuff out of like defiance for the idea that somebody knows what I'm about. Right? Which is pretty fun. Like, it's funny, actually. It's not actually that hard or stressful, even if I'm making it sound like it is. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying here. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So these games are really, they're not really behavioral games. They're much more sociological games, right? They're about operating within a rules-driven play structure, right?
I think my favorite description about Amogus was from one of the Chapo guys, which is that he felt like he was pretty good at Among Us, and the way he says, like, well, but the thing is, I'm not good at lying to people, and people think this is a game about lying to people. What it is it's about a game about pretending to do work that you didn't actually do yet.
Okay, that's fair.
It's just really funny.
That
really
makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I think that would actually be where, because I know this is where certain other people that we know kind of like fall into like not being the best at games like Among Us, right? Which is that they get way too into the mini games. They get way too into the menial task simulator. And like, oh, this is nice actually. Right? It got that sort of brain, right?
I can think of a couple.
Simulator brain, right? And I would actually be a little bit worried about Inari's diligence getting in her way of winning.
She's very diligent, it's true. Yeah.
Right? She's a very diligent person. So I would be worried that she would be like, yeah, but even if I'm like the alien imposter, I still have to do the task. Like, it needs to get done. Like, it'd be rude not to. It'd be like really rude if I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Really funny. I like her a lot.
I'm glad I'm glad her birthday-thon was incredibly successful, and I'm also glad that it's over because me and her have not been able to hang out at all while she's been on it. I've barely seen her, other than like on stream. Hello, Tyron. Yeah, how's the report coming along, John? About halfway through it. Should be ready tomorrow. Yeah. And then, of course, in the case of Among Us, it's like, okay, like the person who's like actually following up on that is the person who like you either kill or make sure is not killed. Like, you know, if you're the imposter.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the thing I've always been like good at in these games is figuring out imposters, basically, right, so to speak. The thing I've never been good at is being the imposter. I had this problem with Clue, even, right? Because Clue is like the most basic social deduction game imaginable, right?
Yeah.
And I was always like really uncomfortable whenever I was the murderer. Whenever my character was the murderer, I was like, I don't like this. This, of course, you know, I was like 6 years old, so it's like that's a thing. But and so like I'm not like this is why I never got into anything like Dead by Daylight either, right? It's my so the nerves are fine for me. I'm actually pretty okay with that sort of stuff.
Oh, I'm pretty bad on that one, but keep going.
I don't have whatever, like, there is this kind of aggression that certain people who play games have. And it's the kind of person who plays, like, DPS in, like, hero shooters or, like, assassins and MOBAs or, like, DPS in, like, MMOs and stuff like that. And I just don't have whatever that is. It's, like, very unnatural for me to like push like that, right?
A mutual friend of ours describes a certain skill set in his line of work as ability and willingness to YOLO.
Yeah.
But I think about this. So I was this is one of the stories I find very deeply funny about my time in VTubing is there was a period where my mods, both my two senior mods, Space and Flora, they're really into Overwatch, or they were at the time, and they got me really into Overwatch, and I got really sweaty about Overwatch, which is very embarrassing for me because I'm very bad at it. I always find this funny that I was like watching videos and studying tables and like thinking about meta strategies and comps and like test and like going to offline matches to learn maps better. Still bronze for all of that. Still bronze. I'm sucked ass at it.
I know people who feel this, who do the same thing for League, and I'm just like, why are you doing this? But then again, my own perspective on a game is that if I can't be good at it without looking at a single thing anybody else has to say about it, I'm probably not going to be good at it, right? Like, it's not that I can't learn things. It's just that with like competitive games in particular, either they click for me or they don't, and no amount of external tutoring is going to help me if they don't click for me.
Okay.
Like I'm never going to be good enough at them to like be meaningfully good at them.
I love the process of learning. I love the idea that I could get good at a game. I am currently really resisting the desire to make Guns of Icarus a major part of my personality because I want a tournament of it, and I've not shut up about it for days. Well, a day, because it's only been.
That game's kind of cool, though.
It's super cool.
It's actually kind of cool.
It's super cool. It's super dead, but it's super cool
too. I was watching it. Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Hold on. I actually have a perfect raid target for today, by the way.
Excellent.
That's checking the spelling of her name, and she's live, and she's only been live for 1 hour, so we have a firm, confident raid target. As long as her computer doesn't crash, which is unlikely. I've never seen that happen. But yeah, the okay, hold on, sorry, I just I got a DM that was nice. So I just got thrown off by that. But yeah, I am people I would not be opposed to Deadlock. I would not be opposed to at least trying it out. But anyway,
apparently it's pretty good.
I can believe that. I can believe that. I can believe that.
From what I've seen, it seems pretty good and has more tech than your average fighting game.
I can. The main thing I can kind of tell about it is that it definitely has the juice to be a very popular game for several more years.
Yes.
Based on one of the most important metrics for predicting the popularity of a game in the long run.
Uh-huh.
Horny fan art.
Yes, I was about to say.
Yeah. Same page on this one. We're on the same page on that one.
Horny,
actually,
there's two major characteristics, actually. Horny fan art and people bitching that it's woke.
Yeah.
Those are the two major factors.
People right? if you can convince the Grumses of the world that your game is woke, that's like the most efficient advertising, like per dollar. That's like the most efficient advertising dollars you can spend is convincing the chuds that your game is something that is an insult to their masculinity.
Yeah, they're so pathetic, man.
They're so bad at this. It's
so annoying. It's so annoying.
But I actually love tech and I like labbing. I'm a calligrapher. I don't think people should be surprised by this. I clearly enjoy doing a ton of doing simple repetitive tasks over and over again until I'm confident I have perfected them and that I make extremely micro improvements on them. Anyway, the whole point of this was that in Overwatch, we were trying to figure out a main for me, because the obvious main for me, based on previous gaming experience, would be some sort of supporter tank. Like based on like what I play in MMOs, where like I'm a warrior main in Final Fantasy XIV and a Death Knight, Blood Death Knight in World of Warcraft, and stuff like that. Tanking and support tends to be what I like to play. But in the case of Overwatch, the character we settled on as my main, that I have the most play experience with in recent memory, because I played in the beta. I've played not a ton of Overwatch, but I have played it over many years, is Pharah. And it's because the skill that really matters for the different roles in Overwatch in particular, for tanks, it is team awareness. It is that you know where your entire team is and when they are actually following you when you're trying to push.
That is why I typically play tanks, because that's something I'm actually very good at, right?
I'm apparently very bad at it. And for supports, it's situational awareness. It's reacting quickly to crises. And for DPS, it is a combination of... Well, what it really boils down to is killer instinct.
Yes.
That you can notice where the opposing team is weak, and you know when and how to exploit that ruthlessly. And, again, still very bad at the game. Still quite bad at the game, but I had a much better feel for, okay, this enemy doesn't actually know how to fight me, right? I'm going up at the enemy Torb or whatever doesn't actually know how to fight Pharah. I can get picks on them, and that's now my strategy, right? That is now what my role on the team is stay with the team until the Torb looks like they are slightly isolated, and then drop on them. And I mean, Scaldy, like the thing is, like this applies to a lot of types of games. FPS is just like the biggest place where competitive gaming exists, so it's where we have the majority of the conversation. It does not mean it is anything resembling the limits or the philosophy. Like, it's different things have different appeals to people, and again, I suck ass, right? And the thing that sucks ass about me is a combination of poor situational awareness and aim. My aim is in fact quite bad.
I also can't aim worth a damn. That's why I'm bad at shooters. My aim is just really bad. I'm good at all the other things in shooters, just not aim.
I remember an Age of Empires friend who was absolutely fucking clobbering me at Age of Empires. Wanted to demonstrate to me that I was like, oh yeah, I just kind of suck at games. I was just kind of like suck at games. And she was like, no, you're just not as experienced with Age of Empires. You're good at like shooters. Those are like what you play, shooters. And like, I don't think I'm good at shooters either. And she tried to demonstrate this to me by firing up aim labs and being like, look how much better than me you are at aim labs. She was better than me within minutes. Yeah. She was like immediately better than me.
I have a friend who's constantly like, oh, you're better at shooters. We should do aim labs. I do not want to shoot guns.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested in doing this. I don't want to do it. I'm not interested in doing this. I'm not interested in training myself to shoot guns. I have shot guns in real life. I did not enjoy it. I do not want to do more of it. Thank you.
And see, I actually do flat out enjoy doing aim labs on its own, even without any other game accompanying it.
Totally tracks with your job brain, yes.
Yeah, with my doing calligraphy, right? Like it's not about the gun.
Also,
it's about the simple repetitive task that I get to repeat.
The simple repetitive task that you can hone.
Yeah, that can hone. It's the honing. Thank you. Honing is the word I was looking for. You're so right to use honing. That's so the right word choice.
As we say, we have innovators and we have honers, right?
Yeah. I'm such a honer. I'm such an optimizer. Yeah.
Yeah. You like honing. You like optimizing. You like taking something that you know works and making it work even better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas I would actually call myself more like, I don't want to give myself a lot of credit,
mm-hmm.
but I have more of an innovator's mindset, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that, if I'm going to win, I want to win on my terms.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can't do that, I don't care about winning. Right? I'm not motivated to win if I can only win on the terms that somebody else has set.
Okay.
When I play card games, the way I like to play card games is I like to build decks where if they cannot figure out what my game plan is fast enough, they lose. Right? If they do not understand, like, and obviously, like, this is one of the reasons why I've never done especially well in, like, competitive card games, right? Mm-hmm. I've done very well in online ladder in card games, but that is not the same as going to a tournament. Mm-hmm. I was an MTG Pro for a little while. I did not do well because, well, I'm a pretty good pilot, and I think I am, among people, pretty good at card games, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am pretty good at playing card games. I can pilot most decks pretty well. I can pilot most strategies pretty well. But I don't have the instinct unless what I'm supposed to do is confuse the fuck out of my opponent. That's what I'm very good at in competitive games. I'm good at, you don't know what I'm doing. You don't know how my character works, right? And I often think of this as like, I need a crutch to win, but I don't think that's actually true.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was good at Guilty Gear, I played Zappa, the most confusing character in the game. When I played BlazBlue, I played Arakune, the most confusing character in the game, right? I like...
And I'm guessing you were Voldo then, right, in Soul Calibur?
In Soul Calibur?
Mm-hmm.
I did play some Voldo, but I actually played, what's his name?
Keelik?
Yoshimitsu.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, troll choice.
I also played Yoshimitsu in Tekken.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Though I play Kuma and King in Tekken these days, but because the fact that one of the Tekken characters and one of the most beloved iconic Tekken characters is a bear that Heihachi Mishima trained to do karate is the funniest fucking thing in the world.
It is. What a weird game series.
Tekken is at its best when it's just like not making any sense, and it's at its worst when it's not making any sense but trying to be cool about it.
Spriggan, thank you for the follow. And hello in Humpter. Yes, happy Pride.
Oh, I actually know that one, Nando. I actually do know that one. Yeah, the Force X. Yeah. That's like one of the few Go moves that I actually know. Yes, that is accurate synopsis of my preferential strategy. I apologize for talking over you.
No, it's fine. I'm just, in terms of the game that I am the most obsessed with, Infinity. It's like, Infinity is a game that is designed to work with that.
Yes, this is why I want to learn it. Right, this is why I am in the process of learning it. I'm just like reading through the source book and then like referencing it over and over again and trying to figure it out.
I can send you. There's an army list that somebody posted. Just the Infinity has a rule that you can only have 15 units on the board, but some of them can be deployed under camouflage, and then you put down camouflage markers. But if you aren't deploying 15 units on the board, you can use pre-deployed mines to make it look like you have deployed 15 units, but have not actually only deployed 14 units, and you've got a paratrooper or whatever.
Right.
There was a tournament. There was a list that somebody posted recently that deployed 29 camo markers and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's such an asshole move. It's such a dick move. It's so annoying. Not sure it's good, but it's very annoying. Yes, hello, Tim Shell. Yes, hello, Tim Shell. Oh, I need a bong. I need a bong emote. A bongo emote.
You do.
It needs to be. It needs to be Inkwell bongo. That's. I need that.
Yeah.
I need
Inkwell
that.
bongo, or even like magnet bongo.
Yeah.
Like that, right?
But yeah.
I love bongo emotes.
Yeah. Inkwell would make such a good bongo. Inkwell would make such a good bongo.
What about a tambourine emote?
Oh, maybe.
The really energetic tambourine guy, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
that feels like the right kind of gap moe, actually.
The emote that I really want to steal, I just think I need to get like my act together enough to like get requests for emotes. You know the hype emotes where it's like a person with like glow sticks going like pumping their arms.
Right.
Mishimali's version of this is like that one, Spriggan. Yes, Mishimali's version of this blows my goddamn mind. Yeah, Eiko. That's a good one. Mishimali's version of this is it's her completely stone-faced, like no expression, and the arms are just going up and down, full extension, one per frame.
That's really funny.
So it's just like absolutely seizure-inducing. It's extremely funny.
That's really funny. What I like is an incredibly well, elaborately animated, idol show dance. You know the one, the with the glow sticks, the guys who do the spinning arms.
Yeah. That's what that's how Cavaliers was.
Yeah.
That's hers.
Yeah.
That's hers.
I've seen
That's
that
hers.
one. I've seen that one.
Yeah, that's hers. That's hers.
However, every time I see the rave things that are just like up and down, like kind of like waving it, I'm just like, are you backing in a plane? What are you doing? Right. I'm confused for a minute.
I'm literally going to go subscribe to Mission Molly so I can get this while she's live, and she's gonna swear at me. Because she hates when people give her money, but nobody apparently has it. So
tell her to stop having good emotes then.
Okay. I'm gonna.
I really like this echoing. This one's really nice. The eyes are really good.
Yeah. Okay. She's apparently doing something insane because her chat is going wild. But how dare you give money to my friend? Yeah. This one kills me. This one kills me. It's so it's so frantic.
Yeah.
It's so frantic and insincere.
This is aggressively Toho.
It's her absolutely
actually Mission Molly's entire design is aggressively Toho.
It's so good. It's so good. The utterly dead eyes. The utterly dead eyes. It's so good. It's so good. I love it so much. But yes. I need to remember to hit snooze and not ads. And yes, Tim Shell, I was just saying before you got here that I am having to avoid making Guns of Icarus, a game that is incredibly dead my entire personality because I've won one tournament of it.
No. You should do it. You should do it for like a week as a bit.
We're like halfway there. Like halfway there.
You should actually just have every single one of your titles be like Guns of Icarus tournament winner.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, tomorrow I am going to have Ratmost on the channel so we can talk about it because Ratmost was on one of the other ships.
I know you're gonna brag about how you won.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna flex on her. I'm actually like a little bit I'm feeling a little bit worried about how she's gonna react, because I like one of the things that she did say to me, because I asked her if she wanted to show up, and she was like, yeah, your ship was an absolute terror, we were scared as hell of you guys. And I was like, I didn't tell her at the time, but I guess I'll tell her tomorrow. We were deliberately targeting her ship. Yeah. We were absolutely deliberately targeting her ship, not because Ratmost was on it, but because after the first round we noticed that they were really, really bad at getting out of bad situations, and so that meant that you could secure kills on them way more easily than anybody else. I was on Redline. I was the pilot of the Redline. Redline was me, Big Mama Chunk, and Madramimi, and an AI. We had the AI. We had the filler team with a loose one. So yeah.
What you're saying is you committed the tool assisted speedrun.
Yeah. I suspect me and Mimi will not be on the same ship next time, because at the end Mimi was like, I really miss piloting. So I suspect we'll be separate captains. But I'm already thinking about the next tournament. Turns out that me and Noir have the same favorite ship.
Oh yeah.
So Noir, it may be me and Noir and we'll figure out some other people.
That wouldn't actually be a bad idea. No.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Noir loves this genre, so like.
Hoomter, you need to tell her that, because she thinks that you are just like being nice. Like, she does not fucking believe.
She won't believe you no matter how much you say it.
Mm-hmm.
She's one of my best friends, and she thinks that I don't like her. So
True. True. But yes. That's I don't have the schedule available, but it's kind of the same schedule I almost always do. Tuesday will be a gaming stream, because I don't currently have a game that I super want to play. Oh no, Tim Shell, your team was incredible. Ironsides, we really thought we were going to lose to Ironsides. I really thought Ironsides was going to win. I was kind of shocked when we got to the end and we were up against them. I thought we were fucked. I thought Ironsides was way better than us.
Suggestion for the name of your next ship, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Unsinkable 2.
Unsinkable 2. I had one earlier and I've forgotten it, so that screws me. Something combined me and her names.
Free in my head. It's so funny.
No. You guys were terrifying, Tim Shell. You guys were like absolutely terrifying. I was so worried about Ironsides all the damn time. They were you guys really made life hard for everyone. We were on your team like 4 matches, which was fortunate. Fane and Alistar and Train. Who was the captain? Because the captain was like Grublamar. He was the one who I knew and was like really impressed with. I was like confident. Was that one of them? That's Fane? Okay, that's Fane. Fane was fantastic. Fane was fantastic. Okay, we are getting I will definitely make that
you have to
my
resist the urge. You have to resist the urge to make this your entire personality.
If it wasn't such a dead game, it wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, no, I understand.
If this was like Dead by Daylight or something, it would be different. You lost when you hear the name Stramilia Air. That was a good name. That was a really good name. Yeah, I hadn't played it before that morning. But yeah. Tomorrow, Ratmost will be on the channel and we'll be talking about the tournament, and then afterwards, I will be playing the Titanium Court demo. And if we get through the demo of that, I will probably play the Corsair Cove demo. But I want to do some demo gaming, and I've been meaning to check out Titanium Court. It sounds extraordinarily appealing to me, and you know what? Actually, have you seen the video for Titanium Court on Steam?
The trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went and looked up after the first time you mentioned it. It's pretty cool.
I love that trailer. I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it here. Steam.
Good idea.
Titanium Court. And then we're going to go over to Uju's. Yes, Hoomter. Mabel said that she thinks I would really, really like it, and Mabel does actually have a pretty good sense of the types of games I like, which is to say, stressful city builders, which she also likes, so it makes it kind of easy for her. But a lot of people think I like a lot of games that I don't have a lot of affection for. But Mabel is wiser. Turn off studio mode so I can edit the sources correctly. Okay.
Mabel has actually really good taste in games. Like, I'm always impressed by her, especially by her reasoning for why these games are impressive to her. I'm very, very impressed by it, right? Her and Vivi. Vivi is the other person who I'm always very impressed by. Like,
Vivi's level of self-awareness is crazy.
Of her taste, right?
Yeah.
Like,
hello, Michan. I do like Frostpunk. I would say I'm a big Timberborn, and I'm a big Timberborn fan. What's the Dot Age? Dot Age is incredible. Dot Age is amazing. Dot Age is so good.
I actually genuinely love Banished.
Banished is great. Banished is great.
I just wish I would like a game that plays more or less like Banished, with its style of conflict and like failure, but in circumstances slightly less mundane.
Okay.
That would appeal to me quite a bit, where there's more crazy shit that you can do, right?
I just kind of wish there was more in general to do in Banished. Banished is Banished. You kind of like are into like victory lap territory like surprisingly fast.
I specifically like the fact that it's a zero combat game with a relatively broad focus in what you're supposed to do, right? I appreciate that, right?
Manor Lords is pretty, but it's very half-baked. I am interested in seeing where it is in like 2 years.
It feels like a game that's like barely out of like alpha.
It has given me and my dear friend Lady Saffron VT a lot to talk about, because like the Germanness of that game is incredibly overwhelming. Yeah. It's so German. It's so German.
It's aggressively German.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
It was.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I also really like Dot Age, actually.
Dot Age is so good. Dot Age is like
Dot
legit.
Age is, like, really good.
Yeah, for folks who like these like survival city builder types games, Dot Age might be the best one. Dot Age is
it's definitely the most accessible for certain, and it has like the highest ceiling as well.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Was like it's surprising how deep it is. It's, I would even say like alarmingly deep.
I mean, the truth is, right? The only one that you can really compare it to there is Dwarf Fort, and it's not fair to compare anything to Dwarf Fort ever.
There is one game that I have found that is fair to compare to Dwarf Fort, which is Songs of Six.
Fair.
But that game's insane. That game is madness.
Like the only game that I would personally compare to Dwarf Fort, like out of like any genre, right? Is Tales of Maginot.
Not Caves of Cud.
No, I actually think I think Tome is like has way more content.
Okay.
Cud has a lot of content, but I think Tome is like, Tome has so many things where you unlock stuff by like dying in specific ways.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right? It's kind of like nuts. It really reeks of like old text adventure, multi-user dungeon sort of design sensibility. Right?
Okay. Since you've already watched this, I won't give you the simultaneous preview. But we're gonna listen to this, and then we're gonna raid out because I've used all my snoozes and ad breaks are in 5 minutes. But this is the game that I'm going to be playing on stream. Oh, no.
Hey, hello, it's me, it's AP Thompson, back with another go at letting you all know about my new interactive EXE, and I guess I needed to make another attempt because the last one generated some complaint. Like, did you know that I failed to explain what the game even is? And apparently I'm supposed to keep these under 90 seconds, but I am nothing if I'm not learning, and I am nothing if I'm not listening, so gonna go correct both those mistakes in a single take. How much time do I have left anyways? Whoa, 90 seconds is shorter than I thought it was. Could we like speed up the explanation of the game in post so that it fits? We can? Hell yeah, let's do that then. So titanium cord is... Got it?
It is such a shitpost, man.
It's so good. It's so good. The only thing I actually know about the game in advance of playing it tomorrow, other than like I've heard this like kind of like a match 3 type game, which I can kind of tell from looking at this, is that the elves in the game are willing to believe basically anything you tell them about humanity, except for cars.
Yeah.
They think you're full of shit if you try to teach them what cars are.
It's always very funny when it's like, don't believe anything except this one very specific thing. Why? Figure it out, idiot.
It's so wasteful. Why would you do that? Humans are supposed to be pragmatic. That's how I'm reading it. Anyway, it is 4:30 in the morning, which is a great time for me to end stream. So, okay, hold on. That's the one I'm going to use. Do we have a panda? Is there panda? Okay, so if you are not subscribed, we're going to Uji. She is playing Lies of P, because she has the exact opposite emotional cadence to Nagi about these games. She loves parrying, and she is happy all the time about the state of her favorite genre of games. It is the exact opposite of Nagi. If you are subscribed, that is the one we're going to use. If you are not in the Discord, that is my Discord. If you don't follow my socials, those are my socials. Thursday, miniature stream. Friday, I'm going to be on Discord playing Infinity. Yeah, so she has a reason. Okay. Love you all. This has been Mikks. He is my mod. And goodbye.